important that we understand, so important that we understand these forms and how they work so we can protect our customer, our client, excuse me. So real quick, we're just about done with the offer to purchase and contract. So I want to go ahead and knock that out. I probably won't do all the forms. We don't have that many more to do, but there is a good handful. So I don't know if I'll do them all tonight or not, because that's tough. But whatever we don't do tonight, we'll break up the next 2 nights either way. As long as we get through it, that's the important thing. So we will, rest assured. I'm just trying to do what I can to make this easier for everybody. So we left each other. We were talking about offer to purchase and contract, and we went through the whole thing. Technically, the contract ends where the buyer and the seller sign. So the rest of the 3 pages are like supplemental pages, if you will, information to, that we need to make this a little bit easier. Before we look at those additional pages, do I have any questions on the contract itself, the offer to purchase and contract? Anything you guys thought of after we left? Wake up in the middle of the night going, oh yeah, I had no, nothing like that.
Everything is literally in the contract, like you said. I mean, it's
And
it's
knowing is
there.
half the battle, right? Right. Thank you, Rochelle, for saying that. I
But
mean,
you just have to read, and it piggybacks to what you said earlier. There is no reason for anybody to not know. Knowledge is literally at the tip of our fingers. That's how easy it is. So not
exactly,
knowing something should not ever be an excuse.
exactly. Because if it's not at the tip of our fingers, we have the resources to find out. Funny, we were just talking about this in pre-licensing today. We got to the additional duties, and we were talking about the duty of acting competent, the duty of acting worthy. And good examples with competent and worthy is properly filling in the forms. A blank isn't there just for the sake of putting something in. The blank is something specific. So being familiar, you guys have already pinky sworn me that you're never going to send anything to a client or customer to have them sign without you looking at it first. You may have an addenda come in from an outside source. You may have a form come in from an outside source. If you don't know what it says, we can't send it to our client. That's not how we represent it. I'll share with you guys. I had one of my agents in my sales firm today. She's got a listing, and she had 2 offers come in on it. And one was on the standard offer to purchase and contract 2T, and the other one was on a different pre-printed form. And she said, she had me and our broker in charge involved. And she said, is this an acceptable form? And I was like, well, if it meets the commission rule and it was drafted by an attorney, then yes, we can use it. But if it's not, commission rule says that we can't. So I appreciated her looking into it. I appreciated her coming to my Bic and I, because again, when in doubt, find out, So the broker in charge, between the broker in charge and then, the firm likes having me on standby because, I mean, let's face it, I know the forms. I crank out 3 posts of the year and I do 4 pre-licensing a year. So I go through the offer to purchase and contract just 7 times a year, just, doing what I do. So my agents have figured that out, and I've become a really good resource for them. I've become another good, when in doubt, find out, and if one of your staff is Julie, then, you can take advantage of that. Hey, Dakota, how are you this evening?
Doing pretty good. Just have a lot of phone calls and stuff going on.
Well, welcome to 302. So stay with us. Stay with us. Let's keep those distractions down. Remember, guys, we get a break. So if we need to do stuff, but we still got material to get through. So let's finish this offer to purchase and contract. One thing that we need to make sure we're advising our clients about are the dangers of wire fraud, specifically when they're doing a wire transfer. You're going to have the buyer sending money to the attorney. You very well may have the attorney sending the proceeds to the seller. So the seller, what if the seller isn't here? What if they're in another state? They may not be able to swing by and pick their proceeds check up. So wire transfer might be something they request. The other thing about the sellers is if they have to bring money to settlement. then they may have the option to do that as a wire transfer as well. Like we've been saying, if we do a wire transfer or a cashier's check, bottom line, it comes down to the attorney. But I think most attorneys are allowing a wire transfer today. So because of that, we need to make sure that we let our clients know about the dangers of wire fraud. So this is what this wire fraud warning is about. We also have a wire fraud warning to the sellers in the listing agreement. We have a wire fraud warning to the buyer in the buyer's agency agreement. And now what we see here is a wire fraud warning to both in the sales contract. So hopefully we can start the conversation when we're getting the agency agreement signed. But if nothing else, we definitely want to talk to them about this, especially once we find out that they plan on doing a wire transfer. So here's the deal. If I may sum up what all this says, here's the deal. We need, as brokers, we need to look our clients in the eyeball and tell them, I will never email you wire transfer instructions, and then don't. Because they need to understand that any email they get from me that has wire transfer instructions, I need to know, because that means I've been hacked. Y'all, our Gmail email, come on, it's about as secure as our closet doors. You know what I'm saying? If they want in, they're going to get in. I have two-step verification on my Gmail. It just is another layer for them to fight through, right? If they really, really want in, they're going to get in. And what's been happening is the hackers are posing as me and sending emails to my clients saying, here's your wire transfer instructions, send it here. And my clients that are good and obedient and do what I tell them to do, run right out to the bank, do the wire transfer, and guess what? It doesn't go to the closing attorney. It goes to the hackers. It happens that fast. And once it's out there, it's really, really hard to get back. So the best thing we can do is let our clients know that we won't email these instructions. If you do get them from me, I need to know because I've been hacked. So how do we get them this information? This is another place that I don't think you and I need to get involved in the conversation. I think when we are giving or receiving wire transfer instructions, we need to tell our clients to go old school, pick up the phone and call the attorney and say, what are your wire transfer instructions? Or here are mine. Does that make sense? Have them get that phone number independently. Don't have them call from an email. Because if they call from an email, they could be calling the hackers. So either you give them the number or you tell them to Google it and look it up. Call the attorney, call the paralegal and say, you know, closing on Friday, I need to get you some money. What are your wire transfer instructions? I could go on and on and on for stories. I won't, but I could. For stories that I've heard over the years since this took off, where buyers, closing funds never make it to the closing table. Sellers' proceeds, selling their house. This is the American dream, y'all. And the proceeds never made it to the sellers because the hackers intercepted it. It's heartbreaking. Can we agree? I heard before the pandemic, who knows where it is now, but I heard before the pandemic that it had been reported just in real estate alone. There's been billions, that's with a B, billions of dollars intercepted in wire fraud. It's big, and it's gotten really big, really fast in real estate. Think about the price tag of what we're dealing with. You know, it's not like we're sending wire transfer instructions for a pair of jeans or something, or even a car. I mean, this is for, think about the reward of the hackers. So I think it's worth having this conversation. You may or may not, your firm may or may not have a policy. For example, my firm says, y'all don't email wire transfer instructions. So they back that up with a policy, and we've not had it happen, but if we did, that would be cause for us to thank that agent and excuse them from our firm, because it's like that, you guys. It's very, very important. Questions or comments on that? It's crazy. The other thing I'll say is agents, we want to try to keep our clients' information confidential. So we're going to be getting some pretty confidential stuff on them, date of birth, social security number. We're going to be seeing some good things that hackers are looking for. So we need to take those couple extra steps to try to keep their information confidential. I just mentioned I have a two-step verification on my Gmail, which means if I log in, it times out of this laptop about every 5 days. So I got to re-log in. If I try to log in on a different device, it's going to send me a text with a code, and then I got to put the code in to verify that it's me. It's a pain in the butt. I'm not going to lie. It's a pain in the butt. But you know what? If I can take that extra precaution to protect the information that I have, I'm still not, I still can't guarantee that somebody can't get in. I still can't guarantee, but at least I took that effort to take that extra step. The other thing I caution you guys about is accessing public Wi-Fi's. Y'all know who can access public Wi-Fi's? The public, right? So if you're going to go to Panera Bread this afternoon or Starbucks tomorrow morning and work on your files and your transactions over a cup of coffee, I think that's great. It's quite lovely, actually, because it gives you a minute to like decompress away, right? So I think it's great. May I recommend, if you're going to do that, don't get on Panera Bread's Wi-Fi. Jump on y'all know how to get on your mobile hotspot on your phone. If you don't, look into it, because you can't get into this without a code. Anybody can get on Panera Bread's Wi-Fi. So just think these things through, you guys. If you're going to be out and about doing things, just make sure you're taking those couple extra steps to protect your clients. Okay, so wire fraud warning. Oh, I have one more thing to say. I know I went done. There is a form. I got a form, and it's a form called the Wire Fraud Advisory. And it allows us to kind of send this warning to our clients and have them sign off. So that way they can't come back and say, my agent didn't talk to me about this. At least we have their signature saying that we did. Again, some firms may suggest or even require that you use that. I know my firm requires it. I just picked up compliance for my firm back in November or so. And I absolutely love it, by the way. I was born to do this, right? So I absolutely love it. Totally up my alley. The only question is, why haven't I been doing this all along, right? And one thing that I'm the one that checks your file and verifies that it's complete and authorizes personnel to pay you, right? I mean, that's and one of my required forms on my checklist is the Wire Fraud Advisory. And if I don't see it, I'm going to call my agent and say, we need to get this signed to show that we did what we could to protect and cover our clients. Bless you. Okay, now I'm done. Do you guys have any questions about wire fraud? I could go on and on about this. It's fascinating. Then we have our notice page, and there's a couple different things going on our notice page. So first off, there's that blue note, tells us to insert at least one address for each party, put in NA that doesn't apply, which we already know that. So then we have the buyer's contact information and the seller's contact information. Some firms have policy on whether or not we provide the other agent our client's contact information. There have been agents that have tried to contact your client. So by putting this on the offer to purchase and contract, you're giving them your buyer's phone number, for example. So some firms may have a policy on what, if anything, we put in this. Dakota, I suggest you talk to your BIC. You guys can, when you affiliate, make sure that you have this conversation, that you're filling it out according to your firm's policy. The rest of this notice page then is for us And it is the only place in the offer to purchase and contract that you and I are going to show up. Remember, the big picture is that this is between the parties being buyer and seller. You and I don't belong in the contract. However, remember, we stopped when we signed the contract. So now what we have in place here is how we want to be notified, how we want that communication of acceptance once the last offeree signs it. So we're going to start buyers on the left, sellers on the right. And same thing with the firm, buyer's firm on the left, seller's firm on the right. The buyer's firm is the selling firm. You guys see that ing, selling versus listing. The ing is the verb. The ing is the activity. So if you're selling it, you're working with the buyer. If you're listing it, you're working with the seller. So the selling firm name, acting as a buyer's agent, seller sub-agent, or dual agent, we have to identify our role, or excuse me, the firm's role in this transaction. What role does the firm play? The firm's license number, mailing address. And then we have the individual selling agent. Are you acting as a designated agent? If so, we have to indicate that here. There's a place for your license number, phone number, fax, if you still have one of those, and an email. Then we go through that same little exercise on the right, only this time with the seller's representatives. So we have the listing firm acting as the seller's agent, the dual agent, the firm's role, the firm's license number, mailing address, individual listing agent. Are you acting as a designated dual agent? If so, check the box. And then the listing agent's license number and contact information. If you don't use email, don't put email on here. If you want to be notified by fax, put a fax number in here. This should be how the other side is communicating with us. That's what this is letting the parties know this is how I want you to communicate with me. And on the last page, we have monies changing hands. Remember, buyer's agents, when we go under contract, we're looking at our buyer and saying, congratulations, you got to get me 2 checks. I need the due diligence fee check made out to the seller. I need the earnest money deposit check made out to the escrow agent. Buyer's agents, typically how it works, once we go under contract, you're going to meet up with your buyer somewhere to get those checks. Maybe you're meeting them in the parking lot, something somewhere. Maybe you're meeting them at the office, right? Doesn't matter. But we got to meet up with our buyers to get those checks. Then buyer's agents, we're going to deliver the due diligence to the listing firm. If the listing firm is the escrow agent, then we will also deliver the earnest money deposit. If the escrow firm is a closing attorney, then we got another stop to make. So we got to swing by the listing firm to drop the check off for them. And then we got to stop by the escrow agent if it's closing attorney to drop the check off for them. I think a good rule of thumb here, the buyer's agent is a representative of the buyer. What we do is on behalf of the buyer. I'm an extension of the buyer. So once it leaves my hand, it leaves the buyer's hand, if that makes sense. I stand in place, I represent. And the good rule of thumb here is that whenever this money changes hands, somebody needs to sign off on it. So let's start with due diligence. Buyer's agent delivers the due diligence to the listing agent. Listing agent signs the due diligence fee, acknowledging that they received it. Can we all agree that in your hand and on its way are 2 totally different things? There have been cases where the buyer's agent calls the listing agent and says, I'll drop it off this afternoon after lunch. Go ahead and leave me the signed page 17. What happens if something happens to that check? Whose signature of the receipt do we have? The agent, even though you didn't get it. Don't sign for it if it's not in your hand. Don't sign for it till you have it. Once the listing agent gets it, they have a duty to deliver that due diligence fee to the seller, in which case the seller needs to acknowledge receipt that it's in their hand. Most attorneys want to see this. Most attorneys want proof that the buyer's money has changed hands per the contract. So you may have to submit this. The second piece of that is the earnest money. Attorneys like to see this too, because again, it shows what happens to their borrower's money, to our buyer's money. So we have a place for the initial age or the initial earnest money, who's the escrow agent. They're going to sign off on it. We also have a place if we negotiated, if we agree to additional earnest money, we got to get that to the escrow agent whenever it's due. And you will note with the additional earnest money, in addition to the date, term, and buy, there's also the time. And the reason being is because additional earnest money is time being of the essence. So we need to make sure that this was delivered on time so the seller can't take action. The seller can't say it was late. And that, guys, is your 17-page offer to purchase and contract. Is that crazy? 17 pages for the buyer to buy and the seller to sell. But all the court cases we've had, all the trials, all the complaints, after enough, somebody in the forms committee or a judge says, we got to fix this. Let's add to the contract. They continue to add to the contract. Prior to July of 2023, it was only 16 pages. So we recently just got another page. Who knows how long it's going to be before it's 18 pages, right? All we need is a few more edits. I mean, we got some pretty tight margins on here. So all we need is a few more edits. And guess what? We now have an 18-page offer to purchase and contract. This thing continues to grow and change. And as it does, then we need to continue to stay on it and understand what's going on. I took pre-licensing in 2008. And I remember my pre-licensing instructor saying that we as brokers need to commit to sitting down once a year and reading the offer to purchase and contract. And I'll tell you why. Rochelle, you did a really good job of telling us why. Thank you. If I may add to that, our part is so small in the big picture of the contract. All we do is fill in the blanks. And as I scroll through this, look at how many blanks there actually are. Look at how many blanks. Look at how much involvement you and I actually have in this thing, right? And what happens, you guys, is we get busy. And hey, I get it. I get busy too. I understand. And we get busy and we tend to only focus on the blanks because that's our part. But if we're not familiar with everything else, we could be doing our clients a disservice. So I took the advice from my pre-licensing instructor. And as a matter of fact, I decided that if they're going to update the forms in January or July, isn't that a great time to sit down and read the offer to purchase and contract? I used to print out the new form and take it with me to an open house. Let me tell you all about open houses. Take stuff to do, because sometimes you're so busy you can't breathe. Other times you're sitting there for 2 hours all by yourself. So take stuff with you to do. What a great opportunity to read through the offer to purchase and contract, your agency agreements, the listing agreement, buyer's agency agreement, the forms that you use regularly, we need to be familiar with. The other thing I'll say, I think you guys have learned by now, I'm a pretty big fan of the forms committee. And another thing the forms committee does that I'm a big fan of, when they do make changes, they give us they call it a markup. So if they added anything, they'll come through here and highlight it so we can see it really easily. If they've deleted anything, the markout will have a straight through. So we can actually, and they give us a list of specifically what changed, but they give us the markup so we don't have to hunt and peck and find it, right? So they show us, and that's very helpful if you just want to see what changed. But eventually, what matters is the contract that we use today, and this is the current. Thoughts on the contract? before we look at some of these other forms, I do want to kind of take a break from forms for a minute, get back into the PowerPoint. If it's not one thing, it's something else, right? And I do want to, we talked about earnest money a little bit, but I want to do make sure that we go through and know what we need to know about earnest money and just a little bit on due diligence. There is more involved with earnest money than what is mentioned in the contract, but earnest money is, it's a commission rule. So there's more that you and I need to know about the earnest money than what the buyers and sellers need to know. So that's why we have this additional explanation, if you will. First off, as we've been saying, the earnest money deposit is negotiable. Whatever the buyer's willing to offer and the seller's willing to accept. If the buyer offers 0 and the seller accepts 0, then a valid contract has been formed with earnest money deposit in the amount of 0. Earnest money does not make or break a contract. We don't have to have earnest money to have a valid contract. Again, if the parties agree to 0, that was the negotiable amount that they agreed to. The whole purpose of earnest money is to show the seller the buyer's good faith. The seller wants to know that this is a serious buyer. They want to know that they're like legitimately interested in buying your home. They don't want to be out there just kicking tires or something, you know. So they want to know that they're serious buyers. Sellers also want to know that buyers have a little bit of money in the bank so they can afford to buy the house. Money talks, yes? An earnest money deposit, that's what it says to the seller. I am a good, legitimate buyer. Here's I mean well, I intend to buy your house, and here's a check to prove it. That's the whole point of the earnest money deposit. We've talked a couple times about liquidated damages. Liquidated damages are those money amounts that we agreed to upfront at the time of contract formation. So the earnest money deposit, along with the due diligence fee, are the seller's liquidated damages and also the seller's sole and exclusive remedy in the event of the buyer's breach. The buyer's not in breach until after due diligence. And that's when the earnest money comes into play. The seller's almost always going to get to keep the due diligence fee. We did see a couple exceptions to that in our contract of when they may have to give that back. But for the most part, the seller's going to keep it. If we terminate within due diligence, the buyer will get their earnest money back. If we terminate after due diligence, now the seller will get it along with the due diligence fee as their sole and exclusive remedy. The contract tells us that the earnest money deposit is due within 5 days of the effective date. When it comes to contract days, remember, a day is a day is a day. So when do you have to deliver it to me? Day 1 is always the day after receipt. So today's Tuesday. If you get that earnest money, if we go under contract today, Wednesday would be day 1, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, that earnest money is due to the escrow agent by, what did I just say? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Good luck finding a closing attorney open on Sunday, so we may want to take it to them by Friday. Again, a good rule of thumb, if you got somebody else's money in your hand, I suggest getting it to where it needs to go. Don't hang on to it. Don't drive around with it until the weekend. Once you get it, go ahead and get it to the escrow agent, and you'll know you'll be within that 5 days of the effective date. Once the escrow agent gets it, they have 3 banking days to deposit it. And that 3 banking days are Monday through Friday. Some banks are open on Saturday now, but Monday through Friday. And that's 3 banking days of receipt or contract formation. So I'm going to talk about both of those scenarios. 3 banking days of receipt. We go under contract. You meet up with your buyers. You get the earnest money, take it to the escrow agent. The escrow agent has 3 banking days to get it in the bank. The other scenario, you are in the throes of negotiations. We're negotiating the offer. and the buyer looks at you and says, here's my earnest money deposit. Hang on to this for me while we're negotiating. Understand, the buyer doesn't know anything until a contract has been formed. So when we're still negotiating, if they hand you this earnest money deposit, don't run and put it in the bank. Don't run and give it to the escrow agent. We're going to hang on to it. We're not going to deposit it until and if it becomes a contract. And in that scenario, how long do we have to get it in the bank? Within 3 banking days of contract formation. Your firm may have a policy, whether or not we can hang on, because again, a lot of real estate firms aren't acting as escrow agents anymore. So they may have a policy. I tend to think of that scenario. For example, if you have an out of town or an out of state buyer coming, and in the throes of negotiations, they're getting on the plane to go back home. So they may leave checks, hopefully that thing gets accepted, right? We work it out. If it doesn't, if that contract doesn't get formed, then we need to dispose of that money per the instructions of our buyer. It's their money. So do they want us to write void on it? Do they want us to shred it? Do they want us to mail it back to them? We do whatever they instruct us to do if the contract is never formed. The other thing about that, you guys cannot walk around with somebody else's money. Provisional brokers. If that buyer hands you a check and says, hang on to this for me, you need to get it immediately to your broker in charge. Only the full broker, only the BIC. Provisional broker, you can't walk around with somebody else's money as a provisional broker. Questions? I should say full broker or broker in charge. Non-PB, if we want to look at it that way. So the earnest money deposit, what happens if the seller breaches? Man, the buyer can sue the pants off of them. The buyer can go after them for reimbursement of money, compensatory damages. The buyer could go after them for specific performance. Could the buyer go after them for both? I'm sure if they can find a good enough attorney, why not, right? In the event of seller breach, the buyer can sue the pants off of the seller. It's much different with buyer breach. As we said, if the buyer terminates within the due diligence period, they have exercised their right to terminate. And the seller can't do anything about it. That's what the buyer paid for. If the buyer terminates after due diligence, then that earnest money deposit is going to go to the seller. And of course, they will still retain the due diligence fee. No more doom and gloom. What if this thing actually makes it to closing? We know that the earnest money and the due diligence fee will be credited back to the buyer. We also know that the due diligence fee will be a debit to the seller. Like we said, here it is in writing. You guys can't walk around with somebody else's money. You must deliver that earnest money deposit. Hang on to this for me while we're negotiating. You must deliver that earnest money deposit immediately to your broker in charge. Guess what? Full brokers, you don't have to be responsible for it if you don't want to. That's why the bigs get paid the big bucks. So hanging on, understand, whenever you have somebody else's money in your position, you are responsible for it. So as I say, just get it to where it needs to go and get it to your BIC, let them hang on to it. Sometimes buyers try to hand us earnest money in cash. I don't know that we're seeing this much anymore as we did once upon a time ago, but cash is just so risky. It's so easy for cash to walk away, very easy for cash to walk away. If your firm is acting as the escrow agent and your firm allows cash, then we got to get that in the bank within 3 banking days, even if the contract hasn't been formed, because cash is readily available funds and it's much safer in the escrow account. So if this contract's never formed, we can turn around later today and write a check out to the buyer. We don't have to wait for their personal check to clear. Does that make sense? So cash, get it in the bank. That's the safest place for it. Commission Rule 58A.0116 is all about handling of trust monies. Again, if you affiliate with a firm that has an escrow account, they'll give you a little training session on it. They'll let you know how they want you to proceed, how they want you to handle it. This kind of addresses handling trust monies. Could also refer to the due diligence fee, maybe an option fee, for example. The bottom line, what this commission rule is reminding us is that it's not my money. I'm simply acting as delivery man. My job is to get it from point A to point B. Let's say you meet your buyers, you go under contract, you meet your buyers to get your 2 checks. You have those checks in your possession and you're on your way to deliver them to the listing firm and the escrow agent. And the buyer calls you, your buyer calls you and says, don't deliver that money. Do not deliver that money. We've got to follow their directions. It's not my money to make decisions about what to do with. I am simply acting as a delivery man. Now I can say, are you sure? Because we now know the seller could send us written notice, in which case that would give us 1 banking day to deliver readily available funds. And if we don't, then your seller could terminate. Are you sure that's what you want to do? We can remind them of what the contract says, but bottom line, we're going to follow the directions of, in this case, the buyer, because it's their money. What another good reason to get it to where it needs to go, right? No, like, sorry, I already delivered it. It's out of my hands. It's out of my possession. But we've got to follow their instructions. Another thing I want to say about this was an email we got last year. Yeah, from the Real Estate Commission. There was a theme going on across the state where agents were just trying to help you guys. The problem with that sometimes is we tend to forget license law and commission rule. I think we mean well, I really do. But what was happening was buyer and seller, buyer was trying to get the due diligence to the seller. And of course, not many people have checks anymore. And one possible solution, they thought, was for the buyer to send the due diligence to the buyer's agent via Cash App. And then the buyer's agent can write a check to the seller. Problem solved, right? And we got an email about that. Remember, if you're going to receive money from others, you've got to have a trust account. Even if it's in your account long enough to receive Cash App, turn around, you write a check out. You are still receiving money for others. Again, I think they thought it was a creative solution, but the commission rule says if we're going to receive money from others, we've got to have a trust account, and a Cash App does not qualify as a trust account. So I appreciate that we're helpful and we try to find creative solutions to problems, but that's not one. So just make sure, you know, maybe they do a wire transfer, just get me a cashier's check. You can go to the bank and get me a money order, right? There are other options out there instead of your money touching my account. The other thing that this commission rule addresses that we talked about, but it's worth mentioning again, is what happens if that earnest money is in dispute. Parties terminate, parties got to sign, both parties got to sign to release the earnest money. And if either party doesn't sign to release it, then the earnest money is in dispute. Remember, the escrow agent is an impartial third party. They can't make a decision about what happens to somebody else's money. So even if the escrow agent is an attorney that's perfectly capable of interpreting the contract, they can't make a decision about what happens to it. The party's got to release it. You can send out a couple notices, maybe a certified mail, make several attempts to get the parties to agree. And if they still don't do it after a certain amount of time, per this North Carolina general statute, the escrow agent turns it over to the clerk of courts and let the two go downtown and hash it out. Questions on the earnest money? Let's see, what's a good one? Look at this one first, because we briefly mentioned this one last night. Additional signatures addendum. Remember, our offer to purchase and contract, our agency agreements, all of our forms only have a place for 2 buyers, 2 sellers. So the question is, what if you have more than 2? Well, we got a form for that. When we have the additional signatures addendum, as you can see here, this is attached to and made part of the following named documents. So if you have four buyers, let's say 4 buyers, we can have 2 sign the actual offer to purchase and contract. And then we would put in here, offer to purchase and contract, standard form 2T, and then we would have the other 2 sign here. Make sure those other 2 that you're asking to sign this, make sure they see the offer to purchase and contract. Make sure that they have access to and can see what it is they're signing. And we might have an entity, we might have like a co-ownership with a couple different entities. Again, our contract only gives us a place for 1 entity. If we got a place in the additional signatures for a few more. As far as the parties go, this allows for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I said 8, but it allows for 7. There's 2 in the contract, so that's 9. This is 9 additional signatures. If you have more than 9 people, then you add another additional signatures addendum. As many of these things as you need to get all those people to sign. All of the sellers that have to sign up on the day of closing to sign the deed, and their spouses, and all the buyers that are going to be on that deed or that the lender may require. Additional signatures addendum. Questions on that? Okay. Back up. Contract addendum. We're going to use the backup contract addendum when we're presenting an offer on a property. It's already under contract. The whole point of the backup contract addendum is to get your buyers into a secondary or a backup position. So this is how this works. Seller and backup buyer negotiate terms like they always would. Sales price, due diligence, earnest money. We're going to negotiate all those terms of home warranty, seller pay closing costs. And when they come to terms on the terms, what they're agreeing to is that if that backup buyer moves to a primary position, these are the terms that the buyer, the seller are locked in because they've already negotiated how they would proceed if they get themselves in the situation. So we can see here, we got a property, seller and buyer. Buyer and seller acknowledge that the seller has previously entered into an offer to purchase and contract, known as the primary contract. The primary contract is currently pending, and that this backup contract is accepted in a secondary or a backup position to the primary under the following terms. The reason, or shall I say, what makes this backup become the primary is if the primary terminates for any reason. So termination of primary contract, written release signed by all parties, maybe a written termination notice that the seller provides the buyer. Somehow this backup buyer has to know that they are in a primary position, and that termination of the primary contract would be evidence of that. What if the primary closes If the primary closes, is in the backup contracts, null and void. There's nothing to discuss. The primary went on to buy. Again, they're just hoping. It's kind of funny to think about this, but this backup buyer is off to the wings, hoping that the primary terminates. Please terminate, please, because they know they can get in. They know that they can fit into that primary position. We are going to negotiate due diligence and earnest money. The backup doesn't owe due diligence until and if they become the primary. So if they never become the primary, then they never owe due diligence. We will have them put the earnest money in an escrow account because that's that impartial third party showing the buyer's good faith. If the backup never becomes the primary, they'll get their earnest money back. The backup has the right to terminate at any time. They don't need to, they're not in danger of breach or anything because they're not the primary. So if your backup buyer finds a property they like better, then we can terminate the backup and get them their earnest money back. But we are still going to deposit the earnest money to show the buyer's good faith. Here it is. About how that's going to work. The other thing that makes the backup a little unique is I can't negotiate dates because I don't know when the primary is going to terminate. So I can't say due diligence is up on this day and we're going to try to settle on this date because we don't know when we may start if we get to start. So instead, we have the due diligence period extended through 5 p.m. on the last day of a number of day period following the seller's delivery of notice. So we can say 20-day period, 15-day period, however long you want for due diligence. And then same thing for settlement. We're not putting an actual date in here, but we're putting a number of days. So when we're notified that we're the primary, the next day is day one of due diligence, day one until settlement, and we're going to count it that way. And then the blue note is telling us, instead of putting dates in the contract, instead in the actual contract itself, insert see attached backup contract addendum. So the contract is going to reference the backup contract addendum. So we're all clear on the dates. Dakota, did you have a thought?
Yeah, I was just curious. So this contract right here, is this what you're saying you would use this right here if house is already under contract and you're submitting an offer just in case that contract doesn't go through?
That's it.
So you wouldn't send a regular offer to purchase as a
You would. This is an addendum. What do we know about addenda?
So you send the regular one then and this with it?
We add it to the offer to purchase and contract.
So you add that to the 17 pages. Okay.
Yep.
So now we're at 20 pages.
And counting, because you got the ARPOs and the MOG and all that other good stuff too, right? But yeah, it's an addendum, so it adds to. Buyer's right to terminate. Buyer can terminate without liability again prior to receipt of notice that they're the primary, and they'll get their earnest money back. There it is right there. Automatic termination, we may put in an automatic termination if we haven't received notice to be in primary status no later than 5 p.m. on this date, then that may allow for an automatic termination if that's what the parties want. Buyer signs on the left, seller signs on the right. And then the last page of this, the seller has to notify the buyer in writing that the primary contract is terminated and the backup is now being moved to the primary position. So page 3 of this form gives us that written notice. It gives us, and you can see I only got the seller signing it because it is a notice to the buyer. So they're letting the buyer know, primary's out, you're in, congratulations. I will say this, common question I get, and I love it. This form only allows for one backup buyer. We can't line them out the door, y'all. You can't have a backup to the backup and a backup to the backup to the backup and back. This is what we wanted to do 2 years ago in our crazy market. I mean, think about it. 45 offers come in, only one gets accepted, right? So you got 44 rejected buyers running around out there. 44 rejected buyers may consider doing a backup contract, but we can only have one backup at a time. If you want to be a backup to the backup, you got to talk to an attorney because I don't even know if that's allowed or not. but I don't have a horn for that. Some sellers, you know, again, it comes down to the sellers. Well, first off, let me ask you this. An offer comes in with a backup contract addendum attached. Does your seller have to accept it? They got three choices, don't they, when an offer comes in? They can accept it, reject it, or counter it. Do I have a duty to present that backup to my seller? Rachel's shaking her head yes. Why? Because which offers do we present? Which ones? All of them, even if you're under contract. So you're under contract, an offer comes in. Yes, we have to present that to our sellers. What they do with that is up to them. That's a conversation to have about what they want to do. Some sellers really like the idea of the backup because if the primary terminates, they don't have to open their home again for showings. They don't have to go through the negotiations again, right? It's done. They got somebody hanging out ready to go. Other sellers may say, nah, if this primary terminates, let's open it up again and see what we get. You know, some people are the challenge. Bottom line, it's up to the sellers. It's just my responsibility to make sure that we're explaining it to them and helping them understand what this is about. Backup contract addendum. Questions?
So when the hold on, let me get my when the buyer doesn't want to be the backup anymore, you just let them know.
Terminate it.
Okay.
Yep. Yep. We just terminate like we would any contract. And Rachel, that's a good question because they're not locked in until and if they become the primary. So yeah, your buyer's in a backup position. They call you and say, ooh, something just came on the market. I want to go see it this afternoon. They will show up to the new house and say, yep, this is it. Terminate this one. We don't want buyers in a situation where they're under contract to buy two. Don't do that to your buyers. Can we see that ending badly, right?
And so this still has to be signed by the buying and selling side.
So yep, buyer sign on the left, seller signs on the right.
And it can be undone as long as it doesn't become primary.
So the buyer's right to terminate. Without liability, all we have to do is give written notice to the seller at any time prior to receipt of page 3. And that earnest money deposit shall be refunded to the buyer. Yep. This is one of these forms. It's been around for a long time. I don't have the origination date. It's been around for a long time. However, it got new life breathed into it and that crazy multiple offer world that we just came out of. Because again, there were a lot of buyers getting their offers rejected. And after a while, so you can imagine as a buyer, that got exhausting. So this became another quick possibility. If the parties can work it out, if they want to work it out, great. We have that option for them to do. Anything else on backup contract addendum? Note there, it tells us not to use it in a short sale transaction. I'll explain why when we look at our short sale addendum. Another one, FHA VA financing addendum. This is one we're going to add to our offer to purchase and contract when your buyer is getting an FHA loan or a VA loan. So again, I got property, seller, buyer. Addendum is attached to and made part of. And then we have two sections here, FHA and VA. With the FHA first, it is expressly agreed that notwithstanding any other provision of this contract, The purchaser shall not be obligated to complete the purchase of the property or to incur any penalty or forfeiture of earnest money deposits. Setting forth the appraised value of a property not less than X amount. So basically what I just said, we're going to put an amount in here. 9.5 times out of 10 is going to be the sales price. What we're saying here is if we find out the property doesn't appraise, the buyer can terminate and get their earnest money back, even if we are outside of due diligence. This form protects the buyer's earnest money in the event that it doesn't appraise. The purchaser shall, however, have the privilege and option of proceeding with the consummation of the contract regarding the amount of the appraised value. The appraised value is only determined to determine the maximum mortgage. HUD does not warrant the value of the property. Purchaser should satisfy himself that the price and condition of the property are acceptable. So we're still trying to get them in, right, as close to appraised value as we can. But if we find out it doesn't appraise and the buyer chooses to terminate because it didn't appraise, then we can get their earnest money back, protecting that. By the way, let me say, can't remember if I said anything or not yet. Addenda will override the contract. That's why we have an addenda. It's a piece of the contract that we have to add to or make part of. And that's what we're doing here. We're kind of overriding that earnest money after the due diligence fee piece of it to protect their earnest money. VA financing, similar thing. Only we don't have to put a purchase price in now. But what we're saying in that paragraph is that the buyer shall not incur any penalty by forfeiture of earnest money or be obligated to complete the purchase of the property if the contract purchase price or cost exceeds the reasonable value of the property by the Department of the VA Affairs. The reasonable value of the property is the appraiser's opinion. So if it doesn't appraise and the buyer chooses to terminate, we're going to not incur any penalty by forfeiting their earnest money deposit. The second piece of the VA is letting sellers know the VA may require certain tests. The VA may require a pest inspection or a well water test or a septic test, for example. If they are required to be performed, those inspections may or may not be required to be at whose expense? So the VA may require certain certain tests, but they're not gonna let the buyer pay for it. And if the buyer's not gonna pay for it, who's up? Who gets to pay for it? Seller. Listing agents, is that important to discuss with your seller when this offer comes in? That they may be on the hook for the pest inspection, they may be on the hook for the well water test. It's part of the negotiations. Here it is. In the event of a conflict between the addendum and the contract, and we see this on all of our addenda, this addenda shall control. So if we have conflicting information between the offer to purchase and the contract, that's why we have the addenda kind of overriding that. There are very few forms that you and I get to sign. This is one of them. We're signing down here at the bottom, selling agent, listing agent. There was a thing several years ago, and I never really clearly understood it, but evidently there was a thing several years ago where, many years ago, where buyers and sellers, they were in cahoots to try to get lower rates. So in other words, maybe they were family and the buyer was trying to get a lower rate and they acted as a buyer, as an impartial third party and not the seller. Anyway, what we're basically signing and agreeing to is that we don't think the buyers and the sellers know each other. We don't think they have a relationship. We don't think that they're working together to get those lower rates to get this FHA deal. So we're acknowledging the above statements. down here when we're signing it. Mortgage lender must receive an original signature of this copy, all addenda, because they add to the contract. So all addenda need to be submitted to the lender when we send the contract. Yes, ma'am.
Can you scroll up a little bit? I had a question about, okay. It says, hold on, I lost it. I was just writing it down so I wouldn't. Okay, it says something about if the buyer was to proceed and buy the house that was, I'm guessing more that the borrower had to be approved by the DVA. Yep, it's right there.
Yep. Buyer's going to pay that excess amount in cash from a source that the buyer has to disclose to the DVA.
And it said it had to be approved by the DVA. So what, I mean, what are we talking about? Like a certain kind of bank or like,
Well, they probably won't be able to get another loan for the difference because they're already getting a loan to buy a house. So just they got to source the funds. Like, where are you getting this money? Is it
oh,
money you
okay,
had in your account? Are you going to the bank of mom and dad? Right? In which case they may have the bank of mom and dad sign off on something, you know. So they just, if they're going to come up with it from their own, specifically the excess amount, then they got to disclose to the DVA where it's coming from. Rachel, the housing market crash, there was a cajillion theories out there about what went wrong. We've talked about fraudulent lending practices. Another theory is illegal money, illegal cash. You know, the mafia is a real thing, right? Mobsters, right? So those illegal sources, drug money, you know, and if you can't source it, if you can't show where it come from, today, lenders have a flag that goes up. So you're not going to be able to stuff cash in your mattress and then decide it to go use it to buy a house because you with a lender because you can't source it. Cash is still king as long as you can source it. But if you can't source it, it is no good whatsoever. Isn't that something?
so I'm guessing if you were to, because I know some people that, well, I'm speaking for my coworker, but so she couldn't go in her retirement and get a loan out of that for this because I'm guessing it has to be paid back.
Loans, yeah,
Has
you
to
just
pay
said
the
the key.
403 back.
You
Okay.
said the key word there. Yep, yep. Now I have had buyers go dip into their 401ks for a down payment. Probably not a VA in that case though. VA just got some tighter criterias. But you don't take as much of a penalty if you use your retirement plan for something like a down payment on a home. You know, if you dip into your retirement early, they're gonna fine you for it. They're gonna penalize you for it. But that may be an option for some. But the VA very well because they're just a little bit stricter. So they very well may say, you know, this is where acceptable sources. They may have that list as well. Me, did you have a question?
Oh, so is the seller less likely to consider buyer or VA loans if they pay for the test?
You know what I say to my buyers with that? I say, let's come in a little bit more on the purchase price, right? Let's come in with a little stronger offer. So now if I'm giving the sellers a little bit more money, then the seller has to pay for the pest inspection. It balances out. Now, some sellers will say, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to accept the VA offer, right? Other sellers want to support the vets, and we'll try to make that happen. So all we can do is present the offer, especially listing agents, and say, this is a VA loan, this is what's up, and then have that conversation with them about what they want to do. Remember, they never have to accept anything. They always have three choices: accept it, reject it, or counter it. And if they choose to counter, or excuse me, if they choose to reject it because they don't want to pay the $85 pest inspection fee, that's their choice.
So is the appraisal before the inspection or after? Usually.
Yeah, don't it depends. It depends. We may want to do it before, we may want to do the inspection before. We got to try to get it, you know, get it all done within due diligence. But if you know, because you're running a CMA, right? So you have a pretty good idea. You have a range of that probable sales price. If we're doing these, performing these competently, we have that range. So we'll know about what it's going to appraise for by doing our CMAs. And if your buyer wants to offer way more than that, then we got to talk about that gap. We got to talk about the difference in between. But as long as we're doing our CMAs and advising our buyer, this is what I think your probable sales price will be. And then we can always negotiate, like I said, a higher purchase price to make up for these things that the seller may have to pay per the VA. I had a VA buyer once, and he was so upset about the fact that the sellers would be obligated to pay his pest inspection. He was like, this is ridiculous. He's like, I'm a grown man. I can pay my own pest inspection. I'm like, I hear you. And he was really upset about the fact that he had to put that bill off on somebody else. So we talked to his lender, and that lender said, and they're all different, you guys, but that lender said, look, I quite frankly, I don't care who pays it as long as it's not the buyer. So the buyer got his brother to pay for it as a closing gift. The lender had the brother sign something saying he didn't expect to get it paid back, right? So we had all that acknowledgement and everything. But bottom line, all that VA lender cared about was that our VA buyer didn't pay for that pest inspection. He said, I don't care who pays for it. So, you may have to work out. But yeah, he was so upset. You talk about that pride. They bumped on his pride. He was like, I am a working man. I provide for my family, and I'm perfectly capable of paying a pest inspection bill. And I'm like, yeah, except that you can't, because the VA won't let you. So yeah, his lender worked with him, and the seller didn't have to pay that. I just say that to let you know sometimes, sometimes they'll say, no, it's the seller. Sometimes they may say, well, and like I said, the brother had to sign something saying, I don't expect to be paid back. It's something that the sellers need to take into consideration. Absolutely. Absolutely. Other questions on this one? FHA financing addendum. Let's take our first break of the evening. We come back, more fun things to come. Come back. So let me take attendance. And I'm going to take a break from forms again for a while. Felt like we got formed out last night, so I'm trying to trying to ease this burden. And let's keep going a little bit further into chapter 11. So we're in the last little section. Nope, now we are. We're in the last little section of 11. There's just kind of going over some sales contract procedures. You know, again, much of this stuff we've talked about, but now we're just going to see it in writing. And I think this serves as a really good review. So in this last section of 11, to wrap this up, we're going to talk about submitting offers to sellers. Again, we've talked about it, but now we're going to see it in front of us. We're going to talk about handling multiple offers. Again, this has always been a thing, but it just became popular a couple years ago. And guys, despite us not being in that strong of a market anymore, we are still in a seller's market. And in the sweet spots in certain price points, we're still seeing multiple offers. So we'll talk about those and how we can handle those. And then we're going to review those offer modifications and counter offers. So again, much of this is a good review to make sure we're clear. So here it is, that magic moment in time when it goes from being an offer to a contract. And to create a valid contract, we must have two things. We must have acceptance and we must have communication of acceptance. So if I may, so we can see this one more time, because I'm a visual person and it helps me to see pictures. I suggest when you guys get to this test question on Saturday, that you utilize your scratch paper and draw the contract communication wall, because we're going to have to see this thing play out based on a test question that appears to be about this long. You're going to flip the page and go to the next question and go, oh gosh. Consider bookmarking that one, because you know it's long. It's going to take you a while to get through it. So consider just bookmarking it until the end when you know how much time you have to go through it. Makes sense? So on one side of the contract formation wall, we have the buyer with their agent. We're going to start with the buyer as the offer or. On the other side of the contract formation wall, we have the seller with their agent. And we're going to start with the seller as the offeree. Again, this is just an example. I do not want you guys getting bogged down in buyer and seller. We need to be thinking about who is the one giving the offer and who is the one receiving the offer for basic contract law, basic contract formation. Yes, in real estate, the majority of the time, the buyer makes an offer to the seller. But again, let's not get in our own ways. You very well may have a seller making an offer to sell to a buyer. So the buyer's not always the first offer, or this is just the example that I'm giving up because this is what we see the most often. So you're the buyer's agent. You're showing property this afternoon to your buyer. And you guys walk in the front door of 123 Main Street and your buyer goes, this is it. This is my dream home. This is the one I've been waiting on. Let's write it up. That's our cue. It's time to start working, guys. Up to this point, all we've been doing is going around looking at pretty houses. By the way, they're not all pretty, but we've been going around looking at pretty houses. Now we got to go to work, right? Because now your buyer wants to make an offer. So you as their agent, you as the buyer's agent are going to, or as the offeror's agent, are going to fill in the blanks of the offer to purchase and contract on behalf of your buyer. We're going to have conversations. What do you want to offer? What do you want due diligence? When do you want to close? But based on the feedback we get from the buyer, we're going to fill in the blanks on their behalf. Once we fill in the blanks of the offer to purchase and contract for our buyer, we're going to send it to our buyer to sign. We've got to get the offeror signature. Otherwise, what do we have? It's a verbal offer at that point. We got to have their signature showing that they're serious, that they're legit about this offer. We can send it through .loop, DocuSign, whatever. So we send our buyer their offer, they sign it, and now the buyer's agent presents the offer to the listing agent. Maybe you call the listing agent and say, I'm getting ready to send you an offer. This is why I think your seller should accept it. My buyers just love the back porch. They could see themselves hanging out there, right? Whatever it is your buyer wants to communicate, whatever it is you think that can help your buyer's offer. When I say present the offer, I don't mean just say email them and say, here you go. Why are we not presenting this on behalf of our buyer? How would your buyer present their offer? And that's what we need to be showing up for. We need to make this look like a good offer. Make sense? Buyer's agent calls a listing agent to present the offer. Listing agent calls their seller and says, hey, we have an offer. Listing agent tells seller, you have 3 choices. As the offeree, you have 3 choices. You can accept this offer and agree to all the terms exactly how they are. You can reject this offer, which means you've killed it. It's dead on the table. Or you can counter this offer. A counter offer is a rejection with a but. Counter offers often sound something like, we're good with these terms, but we're not good with these. Now we're negotiating. So the seller, in this case, is going to counter it. In a counter offer, the roles reverse. The seller becomes the offeror, making an offer to the offeree. So the seller addresses this counter offers, addresses these terms with their agent. The agent calls the buyer's agent and says, we've countered, here are our terms. Maybe it's in an email, maybe it's in a text, maybe it's on the document itself, but we have the counter offers. Buyer agent calls the buyer and says, we have a counter offer. Buyer's offer as the offeree has 3 choices. They can accept it, reject it, or counter it. If we counter it, those roles reverse again. I need you guys to pay attention to words. Words matter. Nobody is bound to anybody until we have acceptance and communication of acceptance. So that word bound means we are under contract, means that we are committed, means that we are into it for each other. So the buyer says, you know what, this counter offer sounds good. I accept. When you guys see accept on your test, it's been signed. When you get that phone call saying, my guys have accepted your offer, I need you to specifically ask, has it been signed? Remember, if you got verbal, what you got? Nothing at all. So I need you to verify. Ted Bob's, please, in the real world. I need you to verify in the real world. So we have acceptance. The buyer calls their agent, says, great, I've signed. When the buyer calls their agent, did communication cross the line? The buyer calls their agent and says, yes, I've signed. Do we have that communication of acceptance? Rochelle's saying no. Me, Dakota, what do you guys think? Did it cross the line? Do we have that acceptance? Not yet, because we're still on this side of the line. Buyer's agent calls listing agent. Oh, that was really far. Now that communication of acceptance is across the line. Now, what do you think? Are we under contract? We have both steps that we need. I have acceptance, which means I have the last offeree's signature, and then I have communication of acceptance, which means the fact that it has been signed has crossed the line. The other thing I want you guys to pay attention to in that test question that's this long, I only need communication of acceptance to cross the line once. Everything after that is a follow-up. And I'll tell you right now where they like to trick you. We see the buyer call their agent and think that was the communication. But this is why I suggest you guys draw it out so we can see when the buyer calls their agent, that communication didn't cross the line. When the buyer's agent calls the listing agent, now that communication has crossed the line. So I call you and leave you a voicemail. And then I follow it up with a text. And then I later, when I get back to the office, I email you the signed contract. Which form of communication put us under contract? 1, 2, or 3. Which one put us under contract? I agree. I agree. It's the first time it crossed the line. It doesn't matter that you don't have the contract yet. You'll get it. I'll send it to you. Don't worry. What matters is that I have communicated to you that my guys have signed. That's what we're looking for, is communication of acceptance. I suggest to draw it out so we can see that, even in the real world, because sometimes this gets tricky, because sometimes you're negotiating back and forth, and we need to know where we are in this phase, in this negotiations. I call it the contract formation wall. I'm really looking for a more clever name. So if you guys have any suggestions, maybe I'll do like a drawing or something one day. I'll say enter for your chance to rename my contract communication wall. But for right now, that's what I got. I do suggest that you guys draw this out. What questions or comments do I have? This is our effective date, the last date of the signature and the date that that signature is communicated. That is our effective date as defined in our contract.
When the cross has formed, we're under contract. Even though I don't want to get too religious, but if you can't make the T,
I love it, Rachel.
so
Thank you.
I'm kind of hope that helps.
Make pre-licensing twice. I never give names. I say something like a former post-licensing student said. That's you. You're I love it.
Taking credit. I don't mind taking credit.
She didn't tell me it was me. Form the T, form the cross. That's when the contract's been made. Yes, we got to see it cross the line. Questions on this? So as mentioned, the verbiage, words matter, you guys. The offer is the person making the offer. I always remember this as the giver of the office. I had a pre-licensing student once, or maybe it was a post now, I don't remember. This said the offer is the creator of the offer. Creator, giver. Quite frankly, I don't care. As long as you can see that it is the person that is making the offer. The offeree then is the receivee of the offer, or the person receiving the offer. And as we've been saying, roles reverse with a counter offer. So the offeror becomes the offeree becomes the offeror. Turn with me, please, to page 357. And I just want to point out your books. I'm a big fan of bullet points. I think they kind of help summarize things a little bit. So what you got on 357 is the offer key points. You guys see that? Kind of summarizes this up for us a little bit so we can see the steps. This offer is revocable. What does that mean? The offeror is who? The giver, the creator. The offeror is free to revoke their offer at any time prior to acceptance, even if they put an expiration date on it. So even if I put an I use the additional provisions addendum, and I put an expiration date of my offer on, let's say 5 p.m. on Friday, which is saying that if I don't have acceptance by 5 p.m. on Friday, this offer has been terminated. I put an expiration date on it. Even though I put this expiration date on it, if I wake up tomorrow, if I don't have acceptance, the offeror can still revoke their offer. They are free to revoke their offer at any time prior to acceptance. A common question I get, and it's a legit question, it's very fair. When an offer is made, how long does the offeree have to respond? Well, if you don't put an expiration date on it, it's kind of an open window, right? And the offeree, and we can call, hey, did you get our offer? Hey, we're waiting on a response. Hey, it's been 5 days. We're waiting to hear something. We can keep calling, but bottom line, if the offeror decides that the offeree is taking too long to respond, they can revoke their offer and move on. They don't have to have a reason. What if you make the offer today and you find a better home tomorrow? If you don't have acceptance, you can withdraw your offer and make a new one on the home you found tomorrow. Does that make sense? The offeror is free to revoke their offer at any time prior to acceptance. Talking now about the acceptance. I think we're good with this. An offer must be accepted and communicated. We must have those 2 steps. Again, I suggest the line. Look with me in your book on page 359. And again, there's some nice bullet points for some key points on the acceptance. Just some things to keep in mind, some things that we've talked about. When it comes to communication of acceptance, agents, we need to make sure that we're communicating promptly. I don't know about you guys, but I would have a hard time putting my head down tonight and going to sleep, knowing that I cost somebody their dream home because I didn't communicate in a timely manner. And I get it, you guys, we get busy. But let's say, back to our scenario, our contract formation wall that we have in our head. We're the buyer's agent. We had that counter offer. The buyer calls you and says, we've accepted the counter offer. We have signed. Maybe you're driving down the road. Maybe you're in the throes of a showing with another buyer. Maybe you're like doing something with your family, right? Maybe you're not just sitting there at that moment waiting on your phone to ring. We need to take a couple seconds and pull over or excuse ourselves for just a second from the dinner table. How long does it take you to send a text? Offer's been accepted. I will send signed contract in just a few minutes, right? How long did that just take us to do? You can even do text to speak now where you don't even have to type it out. We got to get that communication across the line, because the last thing we want, again, back to our scenario, buyer's agents, buyer calls you and says, we've accepted. And you say, okay, I'll call the listing agent when I get a minute. 3 hours later, you call the listing agent. Guess what the listing agent says? Yeah, another offer came in. My guys have accepted that. We just went under contract. Why? Because you didn't communicate acceptance to your buyer or to your seller that your buyer signed it. So now you're tasked with calling your buyer and telling them why are they not under contract for their dream home. What? It's because you didn't have time? It's because you couldn't send a text? You guys hear me? Are we good with the importance of communicating promptly? Things happen, you guys, in real estate, well, in life. Things happen quickly. So we got to make sure we're doing that communication. Sometimes we got to ask for help. Sometimes as real estate agents, we may like to go on vacation. There's old school real estate agents. We don't have time for vacation. We're too busy buying and selling houses. I don't buy into that philosophy. I don't like that. I always say if the president of the United States of America can take a vacation, then by golly, so can the real estate agent. We all deserve a vacation. If you don't want to spend your time on the beach on your laptop, then you may want to consider somebody in the office to help you out. Maybe a peer, maybe your BIC, but somebody that can be available to communicate, especially if you have a listing or especially if you have a buyer that's negotiating. If you're going somewhere off the grid, you're going on a cruise and you choose not to get the Wi-Fi package, you definitely need to have somebody help you out. Definitely have somebody cover you. Does that make sense? You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. But guys, buyers and sellers don't stop buying and selling because you want to go to the beach for a week. It just doesn't happen that way. And I think all of us get a vacation, no matter how busy you are in real estate. I think we all deserve a vacation. but we just got to plan ahead and make sure that our people are covered. Comments on that? I remember one time my husband and I were going to Charlotte for the weekend, just run away for a couple nights. And we're big baseball fans, so we got the Charlotte Knights. And we had, we're going to go see a game and get some dinner and just, go tool around Charlotte for the weekend. It's a good time. I had a listing. It was a different market. It was a buyer's market. But I had a listing and I had been on the market for, I don't know, 3-4 months. And there's an old saying in real estate. And that saying says, if you want to sell a house, just go on vacation. And it rings true every single time. Because I swear, about the time you're pulling your suitcase out the closet, your phone will blow up. So I'm getting ready to go to Charlotte, and I get like 2 or 3 offers on this listing that's been sitting on the market for like, I'm like, are you kidding me? Hubby's driving to Charlotte. I'm like negotiating on my laptop on my phone, trying to balance all this down there. Luckily, he did the car ride. I'm still working on this. We go out to dinner. I had to excuse myself a couple times. We went, got ourselves a drink. I had to step outside a couple times. My phone rang at the Charlotte Knights stadium. I had to find a quiet place at the baseball stadium to have a conversation. Have you ever tried to do that? I found a corner somewhere and I was all huddled up in the corner trying to. By the time that ball game was over, I had my sellers verbally under contract. By the time I got back to the hotel, I had a written contract in my inbox. I can say I successfully negotiated an offer whilst at a Charlotte Knights baseball game. The importance of communicating effectively. What was I going to do? Look at my seller and say, I'm going to a ball game, so you're going to have to wait until tomorrow? How could we do that? And if I really wanted that evening, call a peer. Be like, man, I got offers coming in and I'm trying to hang out in Charlotte for the weekend. Can you help me out? Seriously, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. And that was one of my funner stories. Got him under contract at the Charlotte Knights game. All right, submitting offers to sellers. We've got a couple different schools of thought here, but they run parallel. They're awfully close. So the first thing we're going to see is the law of agency. This is just, I know it says the law, or we say the law of agency, but the law of agency is like a combination of several things. So it's license law, commission rule, it's contract rule, court rulings. So law of agency is comprised from several different places. And when it comes to submitting offers to seller, the law of agency says that we have a duty to present all offers to the seller as soon as possible, ASAP. And at the time we're presenting these offers, we also need to disclose anything to the seller that may affect their decision. Did you hear something about the buyers? Did you learn something else about the property through the negotiations? When it comes to our clients, we don't have any secrets. So what we know, we need to disclose. So law of agency, all offers as soon as possible. The other school of thought is from the North Carolina Real Estate Commission, and they're similar, bless you, they're similar, but there is a slight difference. The Real Estate Commission requires us to deliver all offers, similarity, to the sellers immediately, but they give us a little bit of wiggle room. So remember how many days we have to deliver all offers immediately, but in no event later than how many days from the date of execution? Anybody remember? Yep. So 3 days within the date of execution. And I guess my question to you is, why is it taking us 3 days to deliver an offer? Why? Not unless your sellers are out of town and say, we won't be back until, 2.5 days. Don't try to contact us, whatever. If you get an offer, present it. I mean, if nothing else, do it for yourself. I can't get it under contract if I don't present it. If I don't get it under contract, I don't close. If I don't close, I don't get paid. So if nothing else, let's go ahead and present these timely communication. Immediately, the commission gives us, but no event later than 3 days.
And presenting, oh,
I'm
sorry,
sorry.
presenting an offer. I mean, can that be over the phone, or do we have to physically be showing them the papers?
Both. So I can call you and say, hey, seller Rachel, this is what the terms are. Look, I'm sending you an email right now. Why don't you pull this up so we can look at it? So we got to actually send them the offer, but we also want to discuss the terms, because I'm telling you right now, buyers and sellers don't read that offer, the purchase and contract. And even if they did, they may not understand everything that's in it. I mean, there's a whole lot of words in there that we didn't know until we signed up for pre-licensing, right? So we're going to do both. We got to get it in their hands and then help them interpret the terms. And your sellers may have a preference, email it to me, swing it by the house, whatever. They may have a preference as well. We have to notify sellers of any other possible offers that may be coming. Do you have an offer in your hand or an offer? Yeah, you have an offer in your hand. You haven't had a chance to call your sellers yet. Maybe they don't get off work until 5 o'clock and it's 4:30. So you're going to give them a few more minutes. In the meantime, you had a showing this afternoon and you got the feedback from the showing that said, buyers love it, offer coming soon. Again, in your hand and on its way are two totally different things. I'm not guaranteeing the seller that another offer is coming, but I'm saying based on the feedback that we got, it's possible that we may have another offer. Let me ask you guys something. Does the seller have to wait for the other offer? No. Because the seller is free to accept any offer at any time. So even if one's coming, they may choose to. What if the offer you have in your hand is the dream offer and it's perfect and it's everything that your seller could ask for? Why are you waiting? Why are you risking losing this buyer? Now, what if that offer is not great? It's okay, it's not great. We may want to hang on to this one to see what this one looks like before we respond. Bottom line, it's up to the sellers how they want to proceed. But we need to notify, we got to keep them informed. Somebody else said they were sending an offer this afternoon, for example. Any questions or concerns about your commission or your referral fees or your bonuses, any compensation? We have to work it out before presenting the offer, because all agency agreements have to be in writing before we present the offer. So by the time we're at the point of presenting the offer, we have already worked out our commission and our compensation. And remember, you guys, there's the crystal ball, there's the prediction out there that one outcome of this settlement might be buyer and seller negotiating our commission. They might negotiate and agree to pay our commission. That's going to have to be a different form, because remember, in our offer to purchase and contract, we don't belong. We can't have any mention of our compensation, even if it's part of their negotiations. So I would expect to hear more about that as the settlement thing gets closer and closer. And then we can't accept or reject an offer on the buyer's behalf. I speak for them. I do speak on their behalf. I'm sorry. I can't accept or reject an offer without discussing with them. I apologize. I only speak on their behalf. So if they say I'm rejecting this, I say, okay, and I call the agent and say we reject it. We are only accepting or rejecting on their behalf. We're not ever speaking for them. We're not accepting an offer without discussing it with them, because we have a duty to present all offers. There have been cases, maybe the seller's going to go on a cruise and they're going off the grid and they're not going to be available for the next 5 days. Sellers may look at you and say, if anything comes in over X amount, just go ahead and accept it for me. We'll be fine. That's a great opportunity to remind the sellers of our roles. And my role is not to accept on your behalf or accept in that situation. In that situation, I can't do it. So either the seller needs to leave that decision-making authority with a family member, maybe a parent or a kid or an uncle or something, their BFF, whatever. Or maybe if they're gone for long enough, we just take their home off the market for 5 days, 7 days, a week, whatever, right? But we can't, even with their permission, remember, I have to follow my client's lawful instructions. And accepting or rejecting is not something I can do. Multiple offers. You have more than one offer in your hand. In the case, listing agents of multiple offers, all offers need to be presented immediately and in no particular order. I'm not going to favor one offer over the other. I'm not going to just present the highest price offer first. I'm not going to present the one with the most due diligence first. I'm not going to present the one where I or my firm may make more money first. We have a duty to present these in no particular order. I can't favor one offer over the other. Sellers agents, especially if you have a hot little property, you're going to be getting lots of phone calls from the buyer's agents, and they're going to ask you questions. What's the highest priced offer in your hand? That's a good question. I'll talk about that in a second. Another good question is, what are your seller's favorable terms? Remember the big picture. What we do for one, we do for all. So if you share your seller's favorable terms with one buyer's agent, isn't it only fair to share your seller's favorable terms with all the buyer's agents? Or maybe you're better off saying, just tell your buyers to present the best that they got, and we'll decide. We'll hash out which one is the best with the seller. Treat everybody the same. It's a cute little house you're looking at here. Isn't it cute? It's a listing I had back in 2017. It's in Greensboro. Great location. Adorable little house. I love this house. This was before the crazy sellers market. Like it was in sight. We were seeing it coming, but we had no idea what was getting ready to happen at this point. I might have been one of the first agents that dealt with a crazy multiple offer situation. And I felt like I got thrown into it. I had this little house on the market. I told my sellers this should go fast. I wasn't prepared for what was about to happen. My hesitation, my reservation about this property is it's a 3-bed, 1-bath. And we know today everybody wants their own bathrooms, So, and my sellers had previously looked at it and installing a second bathroom, but it just wasn't worth it financially. You didn't get the rate of return. So you could, but it just may not have been in your best interest. And I told my guys, I said, this is going to be what people go, I don't know if this will work for us. I said, but there's a buyer out there for it. So here we go. We went on the market. I was on the market for about 2 days, maybe a little bit more. I had 17 showings in 2 days. I did not know what that meant. This is 2017. I was like, what in the heck is going on? Y'all, I had agents lined out the driveway. The neighbors were getting a riot out of all this, out of the circus going on out here. This was a corner lot too. So they were lying like down the driveway, down the street, around the corner. I mean, it was an event. My listing, it was an event. I was calling or texting my sellers with every showing request. Showing request today at 3, showing request tomorrow at 9. We were sending all the showing requests. At one point my seller said, you know what? We're going to go get a hotel for the night. Have our house, let anybody see. I mean, we kicked them out, right? I mean, this was before we knew what was going to happen. Those 17 showings resulted in 7 or 8 offers. Yeah, 7 or 8 offers. The other ones didn't make an offer because it was only 1 bathroom. So of all those, we got about offers on half. And let me tell you something. In a typical situation, every single one of those offers would have been accepted. There was nothing to counter in any of them. They were all strong. They were all rated asking price. They were all offering a fair due diligence and earnest money. When I got to my sellers, when I presented these offers to my sellers in no particular order, I did not favor one offer over the other. My sellers literally were like, we'll pick that one. It was like that because they were all really good. They're like, how do we decide? And I'm like, well, there's nothing really that stands out one over the other. Does that make sense? This was that multiple offer. This was my experience, my exposure to the first multiple offer world. I think overall I handled it okay. I got a backup contract on this thing, one of those ones that didn't get accepted. I said, oh my gosh, how do you handle this? You know, so I read the form, got with my BIC, but I had a lot of experience with this property that I hadn't had before. And then we came into the crazy multiple offer world that we were in, just coming out of. I mentioned the other day, I mentioned earlier, I was talking to one of my teammates just the other day, and he said something about my buyers lost out on an offer. And I was like, really? We're still seeing that in the kind of multiple offers? He's like, oh yeah. And I said, how many? He said like 8 or 9. So it's still happening. It's still out there. You get the right property at the right price, and we're still going to deal with it. You and I just need to make sure that as the listing agent, we're treating all parties fair. And again, the important thing is we're not favoring one offer over the other. The other thing to understand about multiple offers, the existence of another offer or other offers is not a material fact, meaning I don't have to disclose that we have another offer. Whether or not we disclose that information is up to the seller. The seller is the one that decides whether we disclose if we have multiple offers. And we need to explain it to our sellers. There's 2 ways to think about it. Some buyers, when they find out there's multiple offers, they're going to up their game. They're going to up their offer price. They're going to get competitive, and they're going to bring a good offer. Other buyers, if they find out we have multiple offers, they're going to run away. So we could get a good offer, a better offer. We could risk losing offers. So the seller just needs to decide. And if your seller, remember, I never have a golden ticket to lie. So if your seller doesn't want to disclose, when the other agent calls you and says, do you have multiple offers? Isn't an honest answer, my seller doesn't want to disclose that? I can't tell them no. I can't tell them yes because my seller told me not to. I can't tell them no because that would be a lie. So isn't an honest answer, my seller doesn't wish to disclose that. So just make sure that we have their permission before you do. And the other thing, the thing I kind of touched on earlier, we cannot disclose the terms of the offer without the express permission of the offeror. You will, listing agents, you will at some point have a buyer's agent call you and ask you if you're a multiple offer situation. Your seller may have given you permission, in which case you say, yeah, multiple offers. And then the next question out of their mouth may be, what's the highest price offer you have in your hand right now? My question to you guys, listing agents, can you answer that? Can you answer that question? Not without the express permission of the person that made that offer. Is any offeror in their right mind going to give you permission to disclose that? Right. No, it's not going to happen. So you say, I can't disclose that. Tell your buyers to bring me their best. Tell your buyers to bring me their best and final offer, and then I will get with my sellers and we will decide which one is acceptable. So many agents got themselves in trouble for that. And I think it's because we didn't stop and think. We just were quick to, oh yeah, well, it's 300,000, right? We were just quick to respond because we get in a hurry. Guys, we got to slow down. Sometimes it's okay to count to 5 before you respond, right? We got to make sure that we're not saying something. There is no rule that says they can't call you and ask you. The rule addresses how you respond. And that's how we need to make sure that we're being very, very careful. Questions on that? We're talking about multiple offers. This leads me into a good form. So I'm going to segue into a form called response to buyer's offer. Let's think of it as a letter from the seller to the buyer. The seller's gotten the buyer's offer, and now they're using this form to respond to it. Yes, they can respond via text or via email or via their agent. But if they want an official looking form, we got them covered. Response to buyer's offer. This is to the buyers regarding the offer to purchase and contract, the offer date. And then you can see we have three choices. We'll look at all three, but we're instructed to only check one. We can only use this form for one of the following options. So let's look at these options. Our first choice, thank you for your offer to purchase and contract. We cannot accept the offer as written and hereby reject it. However, while this is not a contract, we would favorably consider the following changes, and then the seller has the opportunity to put their cards on the table and let the buyer know this is what we would consider. This is what we would deem an acceptable purchase price, due diligence, earnest money. We're not paying for your home warranty. These are the dates that we want to close. They're literally putting their cards out there on the table. Then the seller goes on to say, if the above changes are acceptable to you, please submit another offer with the noted changes. I'm not countering. It says it right here, right? This is not a counter offer. Put my cards on the table. If this is acceptable to you, submit another offer with the noted changes. Understand that until an offer has been accepted, we are free to consider and may at any time accept other offers to purchase presented that contain items and conditions satisfactory to us in our sole discretion. So the sellers, it's a rejection. The sellers have said, I rejected your offer. If you'll consider these terms, bring me another offer. In the meantime, if another offer comes in, we're free to accept it or reject it. We don't have to wait for you. So the first option is a rejection. The second option is new. The second option came to be as a result of the crazy multiple offer world that we were just coming out of. They had to adjust some forms to accommodate us. So the second option, thank you for your offer to purchase. Please be advised that we intend to consider all offers on the property received by, and then we're going to put in a date and time. So in other words, we called for a best and final. All offers in by 5 p.m. on Thursday, for example. Should you choose to submit another offer, we encourage you to submit your best offer as soon as possible, but in no event later than the date and time above. If you neither submit another offer nor withdraw your current offer, we will consider your current offer along with any other offers. Please understand, we may, in our sole discretion, choose to accept any offer, including yours, prior to the date and time set forth above, or we may choose not to accept any offers in the time set above. The seller is free to accept any offer at any time, even if we've put a best and final, even if we've called for a best and final. And in this case, what's happening, an offer's come in, and before the seller can respond, maybe another offer came in, and another offer came in. And so now the seller is letting the first buyer know, we're getting other offers. Do you want us to consider this one, or do you want to submit another offer for us to consider at the time? And by the way, don't forget, we are free to accept any offer at any time prior to acceptance. Our third choice is the politest no I've ever seen in my entire life. Thank you for your purchase, offer to purchase. We cannot accept the offer as written and hereby reject it. The only thing missing from that is have a nice day. It is the politest rejection I've ever seen. Again, yes, you can reject it in text or email, whatever. I tell you right now, this is another one of these forms that's been along for a long time. It got new life breathed into it in the multiple offer world, primarily because of this piece right here. It allowed the agent to send this one form to all the agents with interested buyers to make sure that they were communicating the same message to everybody, treating everybody fairly. If you ever get to do a transaction with they call them seasoned agents. That's a nice way of saying they've been in the business for a while. I think, was it you guys the first day we said you could come across an agent with a 5-digit number? That would be an agent that we would be referring to here. Back in their day, this is how, before email, before text, this is how they responded to buyers' offers, and old habits are hard to break, right? So if you do a business with a seasoned agent, whether you're in multiple offer situation or not, you can almost expect to see this form because that's how they were raised. Email came along and we said, well, why do we need a form? We don't need that. We do it in email. So we kind of got away from it. Like I said, it got new life breathed into it in the multiple offer situation world, and we're seeing it more and more now. Seller's the only one that signs this because it's not a contract, it's not an offer in any way, it's just a response. It's the seller's opportunity to respond to the buyer's offer. The first one and the third one are just a rejection. The second one just lets you know we got other offers, what you want to do. Questions on this form, thoughts on this form? Okay, let's look at the lead-based paint since that one came up next, and then we'll take a break. Lead-based paint hazard addendum. This is a fun form. This is a dual purpose form. Purpose number one, it serves as a seller disclosure. Purpose number two, buyer receipt of said disclosure. So this form serves two purposes. So we got the property buyer and seller. Tells us during the due diligence period, buyers shall have the right to obtain a risk assessment or inspection of the property for the presence of lead-based paint or lead-based paint hazards at the buyer's expense. Buyer may waive the right to obtain a risk assessment or inspection of the property for the presence of lead-based paint at any time without cause. Then we have a reminder from EPA that intact lead-based paint is not necessarily a hazard. So we're encouraging buyers and sellers. EPA has that pamphlet, Protect Your Family from Lead in the Home. Your firm will have this available for you through their forms. You can also, if you can't wait to join your firm, you can also go to the EPA's website. They have a whole tab for lead-based paint, and that pamphlet would be available there as well. Then we have a lead warning statement. Every buyer of any interest in residential real property on which a residential dwelling was built prior to 1978 is notified that such property may present exposure to lead from lead-based paint and that may place young children at risk of developing lead poisoning. Lead poisoning in young children may produce permanent neurological damage, a whole laundry list of other things. I know it affects their developing organs, impaired memory, behavioral problems. I'm not telling you this lead in the home is what's going to cause this, but we're saying that it may. We're saying that we need to let you know, help educate you, because these have been some proven factors of lead in the past. Lead poisoning also poses a particular risk to pregnant women. Seller of any interest in residential property is required to provide buyer with any information in which they may have possession of, and to notify the buyer on any known lead-based paint hazards. Remember, we said the other day, This is the one place that the seller can't hide behind caveat emptor. They must disclose what they know about the presence of lead in their home. And the reason being because this is a federal law, and federal law is going to override North Carolina's caveat emptor. This is about the only exception. I'm not going to say this is the only one I'm aware of. How about that for disclaimer? Then we got the seller's disclosure. So listing agents, we need to get the seller to do their part when we list the property. So that way we can have this as an attachment in the MLS along with the RPOs and the MOG. It's a seller disclosure. So we got to have it available to the buyer at the time they're thinking about or considering making the offer. And oftentimes, if it's applicable, you'll see it with the RPOs and the MOG. So what is the seller disclosing? The seller is disclosing the presence of lead-based paint and or lead-based paint hazards. The seller is instructed to check one below. Either the seller knows of lead-based paint or the seller has no knowledge of lead-based paint in the housing. If they know, they're told to explain. The other disclosure we have is records and reports available to the seller. Seller has provided the buyer with all available records, or seller has no reports or records to provide. If the seller hires contracted work, if they hire licensed contracted work that's performing the painting job for commission, that contracted work has a duty, and the house was built prior to 1978. That contracted work has a duty to send that, chip the paint, usually from the bottom of the windowsill or something, chip the paint and send it in to have it tested. However, if the seller is a do-it-yourselfer, anybody ever painted a room all by themselves? Why do you need to hire a contractor to paint a room? We go to Lowe's and do it ourselves, right? If you're a do-it-yourselfer, you may not know to get it tested. You don't have to get it tested because you're not hired contract work. So they may not know. They may have painted the house 3 times, but if they've always done it themselves, they may not know. They could have it tested themselves, but again, they may not know that's an option. Once they hire somebody, that contracted work knows that they're supposed to send that off and have that tested. And if so, they know if there's any danger of presence or they have no knowledge. And when they get back any records or reports, they're required to provide those to the buyers. Buyer acknowledgement. They got some things to acknowledge. Buyer acknowledges receipt of seller statement set forth in A above. So whatever the seller disclosed up here, buyer acknowledges that. Buyer acknowledges that they received that pamphlet, Protect Your Family from Lead in Your Home. If you're not going to give your buyer this pamphlet, don't ask them to initial that box, right? Give it to them so they can access it, they can review it, and then initial. And then this third one, I do wish they would have spaced that better. But this third option here, we got 2 choices. Option 1's on page 1, and then option 2 comes down here into page 2. So the buyer's got 2 options here. They can either accept the opportunity during the due diligence period to conduct a risk assessment, or they can waive the opportunity to conduct their risk assessment. Again, the buyer has that right as part of their due diligence. The home inspector can assist with this. They just got to come in. That's the key. Prepare your sellers for this. They got to come in and chip a little bit of the paint and send it off to the lab to have it tested. I do think the courteous ones will try to get under the windowsill or something, not try and do it smack dab in the front, where it's an eyesore. But they do got to get some of the paint. And generally speaking, they get it from the window frame or the door frame. So if that's something your buyer wants to have tested during due diligence. Agent acknowledgement, specifically the listing agent. Agent has informed the seller of the seller's obligations under this U.S. law and is aware of their responsibility to ensure compliance. We have a duty specifically as listing agents to let their sellers know their duty to disclose if they know. We have a duty to let the sellers know their duty to provide these reports. And so we're initialing here. Buyer signs on the left, seller signs on the right. And this is the second form. To my knowledge, there's only two we get to sign: FHA financing addendum and the lead-based paint. I can't think of any others. There may be some out there, but this is another one you and I get to sign. And really what we're signing is just making sure everybody's in compliance. Guys, this form does not say this house was built in 1978. Oh no, it has lead. That's not what this says. This form says because this home was built prior to 1978, it may have lead in it. Let's help educate you. I also think it's important that we know that I have a for rent, or we have a for rent version of this form as well, that addresses between the tenant and the landlord, because the tenant often comes with kids. So they have the right to understand these dangers of lead in the home as well. I don't think the tenant has the right to conduct a test like the buyer does, that risk assessment. I don't think the tenant, don't hold me to that. It's been a long time since I've seen that one. But the big thing is let the tenant know about the possible dangers, and the landlord owner would have to disclose what they know. Questions about lead-based paint hazard addendum? Let's take a break. I'm back. Questions, thoughts, anything we've talked about? Trucking right along.
No, but 10 minutes go by so fast. But if you're not being timed, it seems like it go by slow.
I know. I know. And I've gotten pretty productive on my 10-minute breaks at home. I mean, I can do some mad laundry, unload the dishwasher, it's a great time to do like sheets, towels, things that you don't have to fold, So I mean you you get in that laundry room and next thing you know, it's like, oh my gosh. So that's part of why I set the timer, because that 10 minutes, it's hard to believe otherwise. It helps me too. And y'all don't see this, but I keep popping in every 2 or 3 minutes. How am I doing on time? How am I doing on time? How am I doing on time? To know, just to make sure. Okay. Doing good. Let's go back to the PowerPoint. We'll come back to the forms. We've talked about multiple offers. We talked about that response to buyer's offer. Again, the gist of it's pretty much a rejection, except for that new provision that was just added, but it's pretty much a rejection. Contract modifications and counteroffers. Any change to an offer rejects the original offer and creates a counteroffer. I think we're good with that, right? A rejection, a counteroffer is a rejection. And once it's been countered, it's dead on the table. A rejection kills an offer. A counteroffer kills an offer. And the thing to understand about a rejection and a counteroffer is there is no going back. So if your seller rejects this offer, if this happens, your seller rejects the offer, and then they sleep on it, and they wake up the next day and go, oh no, what did I just do? I rejected an offer. I turned that buyer away. Perfect. And then they call you and say, no, just kidding. I'm going to accept that offer. But guess what? Because they've rejected it, there is no going back. Could that be an opportunity where your seller makes an offer to the buyer? They realize they left that buyer. They realize that they lost them. They woke up the next morning and went, oh my gosh, I can't believe I did that. I want it back. Listing agents, that would be a good opportunity to say, well, let's make an offer to that buyer with those exact same terms. We need to get on the phone with the buyer's agent and say, my seller slept on it and they're good. So just to let your buyers know, we'll be submitting an offer soon. You guys with me? You can't go back and say, never mind, because once it's out there in the universe, you can't take it back. However, we could present a brand new offer, even with it is those exact same terms. So any change, and again, no matter how small and insignificant it may seem, it might be your buyers propose to close on June 16th, and the seller say, can they close on June 15th? In the big picture of life, what's a day, right? But the fact is they're not on the same terms with the settlement date. So even though they're off by a day, they're still off, and we need to get them together. We have to have acceptance of all of the terms. And any change, no matter how small and insignificant it may seem, is going to be a counteroffer. That original offer was rejected. On page 366. Again, the manual, it kind of gives you some little snippets, some little things to consider. And what we're looking at on page 366 are just some practical pointers, some things for us to keep in mind when we're dealing with offers and counter offers and modifications and all that good stuff. So the first practical pointer, any change to an offer should be initialed and dated. I think this is a perfect example of how the law moves slower than or faster than technology. Our technology, or the, what did I just say? Erase? Allow me to start over. The law moves slower than technology. There we go. So technology's busting new stuff out all the time, right? The law's got to work hard to catch up. We all know we're not negotiating this offer on pen and paper anymore. We're not sitting at a big table and everybody's going back and forth. It's just not the way we do it because of the technology. What we do still need, though, no matter how we're negotiating these changes, we need them to be documented somehow. So if you are negotiating with the listing agent via text message or email, keep that documentation. Please keep that documentation. All that back and forth shows the meeting of the minds. Also keep your communications with your party. So you're letting, for example, your sellers know, well, the buyers just countered with this. I think it's okay to call them, but any conversation like you have about offer and counter offer and modifications, please follow it up with an email. So that way you have the documentation to your clients, you can get their response. Again, I'm fine with the phone, but we need these changes to be documented some way. And who knows, maybe one day they'll be able to, the law will be able to acknowledge that we're not physically doing this on the actual paper anymore. So for right now, that's kind of where we are. All counter offers, all offers need to be communicated. So again, we've already decided that we're going to communicate promptly and effectively or efficiently as the best interest for our buyers and sellers. It might be when you're still on paper and you counter back and forth, after a while enough changes, things start to get hard to read. If you're countering on the email, for example, you go back and forth and now your email thread starts getting longer and longer and longer. Any of these numerous changes on the paper, though, we need to always keep the original. Once we've made enough changes and this gets hard to read, once we've come to terms, just draw up a new that everybody can read and everybody can see and understand, but keep the original. Keep the one that we negotiated on, because that shows the meeting of the minds. We're good with documenting everything, right? When it comes to communicating offer, negotiations, counter offer, keep it all. Keep it all. Document it all and keep it all. Sometimes, once we're under contract, negotiations may ramp back up. Call this round 2. Maybe we're negotiating repairs. Maybe we're negotiating something in lieu of repairs. So if negotiations ramp back up, we need to have that documented as well, have that communication. Sometimes you guys may have a seller that is just specifically asking if the buyer would consider this instead of whatever they offered. If that's the case, it's more of an inquiry. They're not making a counter offer. They're just saying, quick question. I know they said they wanted to close on the 17th, but do you think the 16th would be all right? We're not countering. We're just throwing it out there and seeing how the buyers respond. You and I need to make sure that we're clear. This is not a counter offer, but my sellers would like to know if the 16th would work for your buyers. Words matter, so just be clear. When in doubt, CYA, call your attorney. More specifically, call your client's attorney. Call your buyer's attorney or your seller's attorney. But our offer to purchase and contract, all the addenda, any form I've ever seen says, if you have any questions about this form, you're encouraged to seek legal advice before you sign it. Because once you sign it and you get that acceptance, you're in. So let's hash out these questions. Let's call that attorney before we sign. Furnishing copies. Delivery of instruments. Does anybody remember how many days we have to deliver instruments? We're stretching tonight. How many days we have to deliver instruments? Not that many. Yep, 3. Yep, just 3. First off, what the heck is an instrument? An instrument is any document that relates to this transaction. Typically, these instruments start At the beginning of our agency relationship with our agency agreements, we have a working with real estate agent disclosure, our agency agreements. At some point, we're going to hopefully move forward and have our contract paperwork. And then at some point, we'll move forward and have our closing paperwork. Commission rule says we have a duty to deliver instruments within 3 days of our receipt of the executed document. So once you get the signed document, that's what we're saying, 3 days of the signed document. So once you get it, that's when your 3-day clock starts. Think a good rule of thumb. And as a consumer, you guys will agree with me. If they sign it, they deserve a copy of it. So once they sign it, you get that signed copy in your hands. We got 3 days to send them that. There's a school of thought out there that says, I'll just wait until the very end of the transaction and send them one email with all the documents so they'll have everything in a nice, neat little package. That's a direct violation of commission rule. Commission rule says that we have 3 days to deliver instruments within 3 days of our receipt of the executed documents. The other thing I want to point out, my job is to deliver the documents. What they do with them when they get it, I don't care. They want to delete the email, they want to print it out, they want to frame it, makes no difference to me whatsoever. My job is to deliver it. And if we're sending it as a PDF attachment in an email, don't we have a date and time stamp that we delivered it? Don't we have a date and time stamp that we sent it? So I would suggest that you document that as well. The other question here is how many originals? Typically, especially now with our e-programs, we're going to get all signatures on the same document. I don't really have an original anymore because we're not printing much. But if you do have an original, we can make copies. We can give those parties the copies that they need. We really only need one original if we even have that. More likely what we're doing is sharing via our e-transactions program or via email. Before we had the technology, before we had the e-world, it may have been that the buyer signed a copy and the seller signed a copy. So we had 2 copies with each party's signatures, and that was okay because they were signing the same thing. It doesn't matter if they weren't on the same piece of paper. What matters is that they were signing the same contract. But again, today we're just not dealing with that anymore because of technology, because of our e-programs. I know we've said both agents need a copy of the signed contract back to our contract. Both agents need a copy, or buyers and sellers need a copy. Buyer's agent, we need to send that signed copy to the lender and the closing attorney early after contract formation to get this ball rolling. Questions? I think I told you guys a little fib earlier. I think I told you this was the last section of chapter 11. I lied. There's another, this is the last section of chapter 11. I promise this time. This last little section 11, we're going to get through this pretty quickly. But this is just talking about some alternative conveyance methods, some alternate methods to conveying property other than the traditional offer to purchase and contract. So in this last section, we're going to talk about installment land contracts. We're going to talk about option to purchase contracts, and we're going to talk about preemptive rights. So first off, we have installment land contracts. In an installment land contract, the buyer is paying the seller the purchase price, but they're not doing it in one lump sum. They're doing it in installments. The buyer's paying the seller in installments. Think of it as buying a house on layaway. You make the payments, and when you pay it off, you get the house. So with an installment land contract, the seller is selling, the buyer is buying, but there's the piece that makes it unique, that the buyer's going to pay the seller in installments. With an installment land contract, the seller gets to keep the legal title until it's paid in full. The buyer gets something called equitable title, which is possession. It's the right to be there. It's the right to use the property as if they have owned it outright. If any of my homeowners on the call, if you have an outstanding mortgage, you have equitable title. The lender's holding the legal title, but we have the equitable title, the possession. We can use it. We can profit from the property. Same thing here. The seller's going to keep that deed, keep that legal title until the last payment is made, until you get it out of layaway. Once you make that last payment, you get it out of layaway, you get the deed. I often get asked about the difference in installment land contract and the seller financing. And the difference in the two is when the deed changes hands. So in the installment land contract, you're not getting the deed until you make the last payment. With seller financing, you're getting the deed right away, and then you're going to pay the seller. So that's the difference in the two. The parties, it's too easy to call them buyer and seller. So the vendor is the giver of the installment land contract or the seller. The vendee is the receivee of the installment land contract or the buyer. And again, what makes these unique is the third piece of it. The seller's seller, the selling, the buyer's buying, and the seller is acting as the financing device. They are serving the purpose of the bank that's receiving the payment for this home. Because of that third piece, because of the seller being the financing device, we cannot use our standard offer to purchase and contract. We don't have the verbiage in the contract to allow the seller to be that financing device. For an installment land contract, we don't have a pre-printed form. So what do we need to do? Yep, just draft one up, right? I can just go to Google and find a pre-print, right? That all I have to do? Thank you.
You talk to the attorney to draft the form.
You talk to the attorney, that's right. We have to call the attorney because we can't draft. And if I don't have a pre-printed form or NCAR doesn't have a pre-printed form, then we got to have an attorney to draft. There's some laws and rules that affect installment land contract, but as we just said, we now got an attorney involved. So they're going to make sure that how we draft the contract, that we're following specifically Chapter 47H is contracts for deed. You don't need to know that. It's just there for reference. And some things we get from Chapter 47H, the seller has to record the installment land contract within 5 business days of execution. By having this installment land contract on record, we're preventing the shady seller from selling it out from underneath the buyer. Remember, the seller still has legal title. So how can we protect this buyer making these payments? The seller records. If they try to sell it to somebody else, that buyer's closing attorney is going to find it and say, whoa, you can't sell because you have this installment land contract. The other piece that we get from this Chapter 47H is that the buyer, if they miss a payment, they're allowed up to 30 days to cure the default. What I mean by that is come up with the whole note due. So if the buyer misses a payment, the seller pretty much has to give them this opportunity to make it up. If they can't do it within 30 days, then the seller has the right to terminate the installment land contract, remove that buyer from their property. They still have the deed, so now they have the property they can do. Once they get that buyer out, they can resell it or lease it or whatever it is they need to do. The key here is they got to give them that 30 days to cure the default.
And at that point, the buyer would lose any money that they paid. Okay.
They're not going to get that back because, again, it's like the lender, right? You stop paying Wells Fargo and they foreclose on you. We don't get reimbursed, right? They take what they got. Same thing here. Yep. Let me ask you guys this. Listing agents. You get an offer on one of your listings to do an installment land contract. Do you have to present this to your seller? I see a head bob, yes, because we present all offers. And an offer to do an installment land contract is an offer. So if this comes up, we have a duty to present this. Pluses and minuses to everything. Let's talk about advantages and disadvantages to the buyer first. What are some advantages to the buyer? Well, this could be an alternative means for them of financing. Maybe they have something in their past that's preventing them from getting a loan, and the seller's willing to work with them. Maybe they've had some recent large medical bills, and they're unable to get a loan from the lender, but the seller is willing to work for them. This could be an advantage. For the buyer, it could be lower down payments because, again, they're not paying for the whole thing outright. They're doing, it's almost like a lease to own, if you will, right? They're living there, they have the property, and they're making these installment payments to purchase it. They could have lower closing costs, less involvement with an attorney, or the seller's helping with some of those costs. And because they're the ones living there, there's a really good chance that they're the ones paying the taxes. Again, that's got to be decided between the two, but there's a really good chance the buyer's going to be paying the taxes. So because of that, they may be able to realize some tax advantages. Have them talk to their accountant. Disadvantage, harsh remedies if default. Like Rochelle just said, if you've been paying for years and years, and then you default, your 30 days passes, you're not getting that money back. That's pretty harsh, right? You really have a short amount of time to cure that default, those 30 days. Another disadvantage is there could be some added legal fees, because before that payment is made, that last payment is made and the deed changes hands, the buyer's attorney is going to run the title search again to make sure nothing hit the title before that deed changes hands. So there could be some added legal fees, some additional costs there, because we may have the attorney running the title search twice. Once at the beginning of the installment land contract to make sure that it's clear, and then again at the end to make sure that it's still clear. Again, we don't want the shady seller to do anything to the property that could affect the buyer. They're next in line to purchase it. All they need to do is make these payments. The seller also has pluses and minuses. They still own the property. So again, they may be able to have some income tax advantages, have them talk to their accountant. The biggest advantage to the seller, they have something to hang on to. They get to keep that title. In the event of the buyer's default, it's still their property. Now, they may have to go through the process. You guys remember getting a squatter off your property is not as easy as one may think, right? So if that buyer's defaulted and they're not willing to go on their own, then the seller may have to go through the legal process, go down, stand in front of the judge and request a summary ejectment, right? Go through the legal proceedings. But the good news for them is that they have the legal title. So they have the right to go stand in front of the judge and say, get this person off my property, please. For the seller, an advantage may be if the buyer defaults, because again, they get to keep whatever they've already received and they still own the property. But just like we said, for the buyer, this may be a way for them to finance. For the seller, this may be a way for them to sell. Not all properties are easy to sell. What if the house is over 100 years old and it needs a lot of work? It's still in good condition, but it's 100 years old, so it needs some maintenance, it needs some upkeep. It takes a special person that's willing to take on a 100-plus-year-old house, because there is a lot to do. So a handyman, somebody that knows what they're doing, may not be afraid of that situation. Does that make sense? They may see that as just part of general upkeep. I'm up to the challenge. Other people may see that as too much work. I'm not going to deal with it. I'm going to buy a new house and be done with it. So the seller may be dealing with just an example, that the seller may be dealing with a more difficult to sell home. So this may be a solution for them. Of course, disadvantages for the seller. They're getting paid. They're just not getting it all at once. So if the seller needs the money right now, an installment land contract may not be an option for them. If they can, however, accept payments, the lower down payment, and then accept the installment payments. And then, like we said, if the buyer defaults and they don't leave, now we got to go through the legal process to get them off the property. That legal process is summary ejectment. And that's a court cost that could cost time and money. Questions on an installment land contract. Never done one of these.
I have a question, and I feel like I'm gonna answer my own question while I'm saying it. Um, if I'm in an installment land contract
Mhm.
and say it's $1,000 a month, but I choose to give $1,500 a month, that extra $500, will that be a credit for the future months, or will that just bring down the balance?
I'm going to say that's an agreement between you and the seller.
Okay.
So Rochelle, just like the lender may say, I have a prepayment penalty on this loan, which means if you pay it off early, they're going to charge you a penalty. So the seller may have that same, or they may say, whatever, if you can pay it off sooner, come on. So that's going to come down. Remember, we got this whole thing drafted by an attorney. So the parties can agree to, whatever they want to. I think through the eyes, the perspective of the seller, yeah, if you can get your money faster, why not? Through the perspective of the buyer, if you can get your deed faster, why not? But it may just come down to agreement of the two. What if the seller's banking on X amount, what do we say, $1,000? What if the seller's banking on that $1,000 a month every month for the next 5 years? And then you say you want to pay it off early. That's not their plan. You know what I'm saying? So there may be a concern there. We don't know what they're doing, just as an example. But I think that would be something the two would have to hash out. Yeah.
Do we have to pay interest on those?
We could, because it's one thing for you to pay me, right? But you're not borrowing money, but you're taking a long time to pay me, where you could pay me once. Now I'm going to let you pay me over 5 years. So could I charge you interest? Sure. This seller's acting as the financing institute. So the only difference is instead of Bank of America, it's Mr. and Mrs. Seller, right? So a lot of those lender terms, I think, are going to be awfully similar, again, whatever the parties agree to. If I were a seller, heck yeah, I'd charge you interest. If it's going to take you 5 years of payment, heck yeah, I would. I probably wouldn't charge you as much as the going rate. I'd give you a little discount. What is it now? 7%? I'd only charge you like 5. I'm a nice guy. I'd only charge you like 5,
I guess I have to remind myself that every and anything is negotiable, right?
Pretty much. As long as it's not illegal. That's the fine line in the sand. Is it illegal? Then it's non-negotiable. But yeah. And Rachel, to your point, I think I remember getting into sales that was like mind blowing. The parties can agree to anything. Anything else on the installment land contract? Another alternative conveyance method that we may encounter, that we want to be familiar with, at least we can say we've heard, is called the option to purchase. Remember back in chapter 10, we talked about a unilateral contract versus a bilateral contract. In contract speak, lateral means side. So a bilateral contract has how many sides? How many parties? 2. A unilateral contract has how many parties? 1. The option to purchase is our example of our unilateral contract that we use in real estate. So let's talk about what's going on here. With an option to purchase, the buyer has not agreed to purchase. The buyer has simply has been received the option to decide if they want to purchase. They have this option period. They've made no commitment. All they've received is the option to decide if they want to buy. These things, the terms are negotiated up front. So we decide at the beginning of these, if I buy your house or if I buy your property, these are the terms under which I will buy it. Buyer and seller negotiate those terms like we always do. And then we also have to negotiate the option piece of it. The only promise made, again, no promise by the buyer yet. The only promise made in an option to purchase is a promise from the seller. And the promise that the seller makes to the buyer is that I won't sell my house to anybody else while we are in this option, while we are in this agreement. We decide how long the option's going to be. Is it going to be for 2 days, 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years? It could be as long as we want. It could depend on what we're talking about. Get out of residential. Maybe consider commercial properties. Think of a big, large warehouse. There's a lot of investigating and a lot of learning about an industry or a warehouse. So we may need more time, for example. At the end of the option, the buyer has 2 choices. They either buy, putting us into a bilateral contract, or they don't. So at the end of the option, the buyer's got a decision to make. And again, if they agree to buy, now we are in a bilateral contract. Now we have the scenario that we're familiar with where the buyer agrees to buy and the seller agrees to sell. What in the world would make a seller agree to do this? And I don't know anything that speaks louder than money. Another thing very unique about the option to purchase is we have 2 forms of consideration. We agree on the purchase price. Should the buyer agree to buy, should the buyer choose to buy, this is the purchase price they're going to buy it at. But the other piece of the option purchase, the other form of consideration is in many cases a very healthy option fee. What makes a seller agree not to sell their house for any or their property for any period of time? Give me money. If you want to throw me $10,000 and say don't sell for 2 weeks, where do I sign? You guys with me? Money talks, and the seller's option fee is kind of it's their carrot at what makes them decide to do this. For the option, both forms of consideration are required. And remember, our essential elements of contract says that consideration is an essential element. We have to have consideration. So if we don't have these both forms of consideration, then we don't have a binding option to purchase contract. I think it's important that we understand that the optionee, the buyer, the receivee of the option, they don't have any legal interest in this property whatsoever. They can't use it. They can't profit from it. They can't live in it. All they're doing is exploring the option, trying to decide if they want to buy. Again, if they do decide to purchase, we've already agreed on those terms. We know at the beginning of the option, if the buyer buys, what are the terms that they will buy? If the buyer buys, let me go back for 1 second. If the buyer decides to buy, we've already agreed on a purchase price. We know what the terms that the buyer will buy on. But that option fee, if the buyer decides to buy, that's going to be credited back to them. So if they buy, it's almost going to be like a down payment, right? If they don't buy, they've paid the seller for their time. They've paid the seller to not sell for anybody for 2 weeks, 2 years, 2 months, whatever. Was that the burning question you had on your?
Yeah, I was going to ask you, was the option fee like a earnest money due diligence? Because if I get $10,000, I want to know if it's coming from the purchase.
Exactly. So yes, you would get if you decide to buy. If you don't, you've paid for the option. Does that make sense? You're not going to get that money back. The only right, the optionor is the seller. So again, this is what makes it the unilateral contract. The only right that the optioner has is they can't sell it during this time. They cannot sell it during the option period. The other piece about it is the optioner cannot withdraw their offer to sell. Once they're in, they're in. And remember, we've already agreed upon the terms. Once the buyer, if the buyer's doing any investigation on this property, the buyer can ask for repairs. The buyer can ask to renegotiate the purchase price. Does the seller have any obligation to engage in those negotiations? No, because we've already decided these are the terms. We can always ask. The worst thing the seller can say is no. If we ask, it's not like the seller can say, well, I'm going to withdraw my offer because you asked for repairs. The only thing they can say is no. They cannot withdraw their offer. Once they're in, they're in. As you can imagine, our standard offer to purchase and contract does not apply for the option. Our standard offer to purchase and contract is a bilateral contract. Now, we could use this if the buyer decides to buy. We could use this to form the agreement, buyer agrees to buy, but we still need an attorney to draft up the option. So the attorney may choose not to use this. They may choose to use their own, you know what I'm saying? But the attorney, we still got an attorney because I don't have a pre-printed form for the option piece. And same thing as an installment land contract. We didn't mention statute of frauds earlier, but we have to have it in writing to be enforceable. And then this is another document that the Connor Act requires us to be recorded because we got to protect the buyer, the potential buyer, the optionee. We cannot have the shady seller selling the property during the option period. So if the option's recorded, if they try to sell their home to somebody else, then it'll come up on the title search and the attorney will know not to proceed. This home property is locked down in an option. So bottom line with an option, check that. That's one of my favorites. Bottom line with an option, you got to call somebody and you got to call your attorney. Dakota, you're young. Do you know what this is? Okay, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It's called a rotary phone.
Yeah, I've used these before.
Have you? Okay, good. Good.
How old do you think I am?
I think you're young. Are you not young?
How young is young? What's your
I
number?
don't know. I don't know. I feel old some days. I recently learned there's a generation that didn't know what this means. And I'm on Zoom all the time talking about call your attorney. And I got people in my class that may not know. And I'm like, oh my gosh, how's that make you feel? So I got to say, call your attorney. I got to speak to everybody, and make sure that we all understand what I'm saying. But you guys know, right?
Let's see what is your guess since you brought it up.
I'm not going there. I just think oh, Rochelle's weighing in at 26. Is that what you're saying? 25. 25.
32.
Way off. Well, so okay, we'll give you credit. So yeah, you know what this is. Questions on the option to purchase? The last alternative conveyance method that we're going to talk about, there are others out there. I think a good rule of thumb with these is we probably got to get an attorney involved. The last one we're going to talk about are preemptive rights. Preemptive rights, before we get into the specifics, basically a preemptive right, you're contractually giving another person the first right to purchase. You're contractually in an agreement. Maybe you don't want to sell right now. But if we enter into a preemptive right, when you do decide to sell, you're contractually obligated to come to me first. Maybe I don't want to buy right now, but if we have a preemptive right, when I am ready to buy, I'm contractually obligated to come to you first. Once we enter into this preemptive right, then we're contractually obligated to give each other the first right to purchase. We do have two different preemptive rights. The first one is the right of first refusal. And with these, the owner gives the contracting party the opportunity to match a bona fide offer. I think this is a great example. I don't want to buy your property, but I don't want you to sell it to anybody else. So let's enter into this preemptive right. If you ever get an offer in your hand, before you respond, you got to come to me. That's what the preemptive right is. You got to give me that opportunity to respond. And yes, we said we can't disclose the terms of the offer without the offeror's permission. So obviously that would be a conversation that would have to come down. You have an offer comes in, that seller would have to say, I have a right of first refusal. I have to give them the opportunity. I have to let them see your offer so they can have a chance to decide if they want to match it, beat it, or walk away from it. A lease to own, if you have a tenant living there, this might be a good example of that. I think another good example, let's say you live next door to the vacant corner lot. And maybe you have no interest in the vacant corner lot whatsoever. But you don't want Dollar General to come in and buy the vacant corner lot. So what's one way you can protect that vacant corner lot? You can enter into a right of first refusal, which says whenever the owner of that vacant corner lot gets an offer, they must come to you first. They have to hear from you first before they can respond to that offer. Does that make sense? Me and Dakota, you may not get to experience this, but Rochelle, we have Old Salem in Winston-Salem. If you guys ever come to the Triad, please come to Old Salem. It's just lovely. We have Old Salem. Old Salem Inc. has a right of first refusal on Old Salem properties. So you'll actually see it in MLS. We need a longer due diligence period because we got to get this contract approved. They have a first right of refusal. Old Salem Inc., whomever operates and runs Old Salem. Isn't that interesting? And every once in a while, you see a home for sale in Old Salem. And Rachelle, seriously, if you get the opportunity to show that, do it. Because those homes are like, I mean, outside they look like Old Salem, but as soon as you walk in the front door, it looks like totally different. But just know, I mean, I've seen, that's the example that I've seen in the real world. Again, I don't have a pre-printed form for this, so we have to get an attorney involved to draft something up. The other preemptive right is called the right of first opportunity to purchase. And in this one, the price is to be negotiated. The owner gives the contracting party the right to purchase at a price to be determined. So we're not matching a bona fide offer. This is the example of, you know, maybe I want to buy your house right now, but you're not ready to sell, but I want to be next in line. And so we might enter into a right of first opportunity to purchase. They sound very similar. The big difference between the two is on this one, we're negotiating the price. On this one, we're matching a bona fide offer. And that's really the big difference in the two. The big picture is their preemptive rights, contractually obligated to go to them first.
Does this have to be recorded like the installment land contract and the option to purchase?
That's so wild. I don't think so. I just got this question like 2 weeks ago from a pre-licensing student, and she caused me to like do research and stuff. You know, I did that on my own. She didn't make me do that, but I was like, ooh, what a good question. I don't think so because Connor only covers, Connor, I should say, covers sales contracts. Connor's not covering this because it's not a sales contract. It's a right to stand in line. And because of that, we're not conveying property. That's what I'm trying to say. We're not using this document to convey property. And specifically, Connor says documents to convey property has to be recorded. So that's wild. This is like the second time in 2 weeks this has come up in my entire real estate career, you know, but it's a great question. And I'm not promising you that I'm 100% accurate, but I do believe in what I saw and what I researched. I don't think it has to be recorded because we're not conveying property. like I said, you guys, you got some other, we just talked about a handful, talked about a few. You got some other options. I'm sure you guys have heard of a lease to own, for example. So we may have the buyer move in for, a year, 2 years, 5 years, whatever. A portion of the rent will be applied to the sales price. So if we have a 2-year lease to own, the parties got to agree 65% or 50% going towards the sales price. It's kind of like they're making payments on it, but it's just being divvied up. Some of it is applied to the purchase price and some of it is rent. And then after the 2-year lease to own, we go to the attorney's office for them to do their thing and let that deed change hands. So again, I think we see that more often than anything, but you heard me. We got to go to the attorney's office. Any of these alternative land conveyances, we just don't have the pre-printed forms for them because we just don't deal with them that often. They just don't come up that often. Other questions? Let's take our last break. We'll come back. We'll finish it up for the night. Talk about what Thursday is going to look like. Welcome back. Okay. Let's look at just a few more forms. Save us maybe some fun for tomorrow night as well. Lots of forms to go over in the contracts to closing class. Makes sense, right? So let's see what we got up next. Ooh, this is a good one. Owners Association Disclosure Addendum. It starts with a note for us. This form is going to be used when the RPODES is not required. And what's one of the biggest reasons why the RPODES is not required? New construction or never before lived in dwelling. The RPODES has a section to list the owners association information. So the RPODES has that information built within it. But if it's new construction in an HOA and the RPODES is not required, we still need to get that HOA information out there to the buyer. And that's where this form kicks in. This is where this one steps in. So we got the property buyer seller. For the purposes of this addendum, it defines development, planned community, or condominium project. Any representations made by the seller are true to the best of the seller's knowledge. Copies of any documents provided are true copies relating to the development to the best of the seller's knowledge. Seller cannot warrant the accuracy, completeness, or present applicability of the homeowners association, but the buyer's advised to have all information confirmed in any documents substantiated during the due diligence period. So encouraging the buyer to do their inspection, investigation on the HOA. And then we got to provide the HOA information. So here is the homeowners association name. Regular assessment dues are X amount per, is it day, per month, per year. And then the contact information. And then we go through that little exercise again in case there's two HOAs. It might be the case where one is mandatory and the other HOA is optional. I think a good example where we see that would be the HOA, and then the pool might be optional. That would be a separate HOA. Seller represents, buyer wants to know what's included in their HOA dues. So the seller has the opportunity to come through and include what's going to be included. As of this date, there are no other fees or special assessments payable by the developer except for any that the seller may know about. As of this date, there are no unsatisfied judgments against the pending lawsuits against the property, except other than the ones that the seller may know about. And then any fees charged by any management company of the owners association. There might be move-in fees, move-out fees. We talked about transferring from the old owner to the new owner, the records, the administrative work. And then the list of the documents that the HOA may provide. We saw this in the contract last night, actually. I remember we also see this in the listing agreement. So we can have the seller start working on getting this documentation together so they can provide it to the buyer, so they can learn about the HOA before they move in. Buyer signs on the left, seller signs on the right. Again, where we see this the most is new construction. My team does a lot of new construction. We work with several builders, and we use this one and the MOG. Those are our two big ones that we use, but I don't have a need for the RPODES because it's never been lived in before. But we do need to disclose the homeowners association information. Questions on this one? By the way, have you guys heard? The RPODES has gotten a major overhaul. Major overhaul. They have released the new RPODES. They are not requiring us to use it. Everybody's got to start using it by July 1st. So they're slowly introducing it. We got to phase out the old one. I'm not spending too much time on this because it's not part of this class. But I will put this in the chat for you guys in a second. So if you want to download it and look at it, you can. If you're familiar with the old RPodes, it was 4 pages. The new RPodes is 6. This is a good news. Not because they've added 2 more pages worth of information, but because they have increased the font from like 6, whatever it was, 8. Have you guys seen that thing? It's like teeny tiny. You need your magnifying glass. They've increased the font to like 10 or 11, and now we can read it. So just by the nature of that, that added a couple pages. Similar to the old RPodes, it goes over the owner's requirement, what the owner needs to understand in completing this form. It tells the buyers what they need to understand, their obligations in getting this form to their buyer. And then a new section is for us, things that we need to be aware of. I think the first bullet point there, all in bold, brokers are not permitted to complete this on behalf of their seller clients. The other major overhaul that this form took, again, if you remember the old one, if you're familiar with the old one, it was just like one big run-on and it all ran together and it made no sense. The order made no sense. They've sectioned it out now. So section A is all about structural floors, walls, ceilings, and window roof. B is about your HVAC and electrical. They kind of specialize it a little bit so we can focus on the major components of the home. And the other thing they did that I thought was good, here it is. They added the opportunity for us to say, or for the seller to say, not applicable. So it used to be if they didn't have a garage, an attached garage, they would have to say no representation. And that made them look shady, right? Because they're not representing something about the attached garage. But the fact is they didn't have one. So now they have the ability to say, nah, there's not an attached garage, not applicable. So again, I just want to mention that. Dakota, you'll probably get training on this soon if you haven't yet. For firms are starting to roll it out. My firm has our sales meeting tomorrow, and I almost always get a time to speak in my meeting. You know what we're going over tomorrow? Ta-da! And as soon as I roll it out to the firm, I'm going to put it in templates and we're going to start using it. So we're ready to go.
It looks a lot cleaner.
I love it. I love it. It's easier to see. It's easier to read. Rochelle and me, whenever you guys affiliate your firm, again, they have until July 7th to start using it. So if you affiliate in June, they may already be using it or they might be rolling it in, but just know that it's coming. Thank you guys for that time. Again, I know this wasn't part of this class, but it is kind of a, it's exciting. Nerd alert. It's exciting to get new forms, especially ones that have been improved. So if you'll bear with me for just 1 second. And that's why I had it so readily available tonight, because like I said, I'm doing it tomorrow for my sales meeting. So I'm putting the new RPodes in the chat right now. Give it a second to load. But if you're interested, if you want to grab it, go ahead and grab it from the chat. You can download it and you can peruse it on your own time. Did you guys get it? Everybody see that? Head bobs. Okay, so that was the Owners Association. Up next, look at this one real quick. We don't need to spend a lot of time on this one, but there's the vacation rental addendum. This is what we're going to use when the buyer buys property that is subject to the Vacation Rental Act. North Carolina has a Vacation Rental Act that addresses just vacation properties. And one thing that the buyer needs to understand when they're buying a vacation property, one that falls under vacation property under the Act, they need to understand this form is going to address that they have to, once they purchase, they have to honor any existing reservations. Yep, for 180 days or 6 months. So they have to honor those, the next 180 days of reservations, which is important if your buyer is not going to use this as an investment property. If they want to live at this house on the beach, they got to figure something else out for the next 6 months, right? If they want to use it as an investment property, they already got people on the books, maybe even further out than 6 months. But all this act requires is that they honor those 6 months. So you got, or we got, property seller and buyer, existing vacation rentals. This property is subject to vacation rental agreements as defined by the Vacation Rental Act. What is that? Chapter 42A of the North Carolina General Statute. Put it in Google, it'll pop right up. So there's your reference, there's your resource. Reservations made with an online vendor, including but not limited to Airbnbs and Furbo, vacation rental by owner, must be disclosed and may be subject to the Vacation Rental Act. Information to be provided by the seller. Presumably the seller has vacation rentals on the books. So the seller's got to turn those books over. They got to turn those agreements, those leases, whatever the agreement is, over to the buyer, so they have a chance to review them as part of their due diligence. Rental management information. If there's a rental manager, maybe a HOA or a property manager, for example. There's the note. I'm not getting in too much into this. There it is. Buyer will take title subject to vacation rental no longer than 180 days after closing. So it addresses that. And again, I think that's the big thing. Winston and Charlotte and Archdale and Albemarle are nice places. But guys, let's face it, people are not vacationing where we live, right? They may have to go to Winston for business, but they're not going for vacation. So I would venture to say where we see this most is on both ends of the state. We see it down at the coast. We're going to see it up in the mountains. You may see it around like, I don't know, maybe like Blues Creek may have a vacation house or something, you know, a big lake or something, but pretty much. So if we ever get to move to the beach or the mountains and we're doing real estate in the beach or the mountains, we may come across more vacation rental properties, in which case we want to make sure we're, of course, getting that training and that we're proceeding properly with these vacation rental properties. Questions on that one? Buyer possession before. I'm not sure what happened to my seller possession after, but a quick click of the mouse and now we got it. So let's look at buyer possession before closing agreement first. By the way, these are awfully similar. The big difference is, the big thing with these situations, one party's acting as the landlord, somebody else is acting as the tenant. So in this case, buyer possession before closing, what we're saying is that the buyer's moving in before the deed changes hands. The buyer's moving in early. And of course, we have to have that agreement. We have to have that included in the offer to purchase and contract. These things always start to a warning with buyers and sellers. This isn't designed for long-term use. This is only designed for short-term use. What's short-term use? Well, they don't really define that for us. I would venture out, I guess I'm a seasoned agent. Once upon a time ago, this form used to specifically say 14 days. And so that's what's forever stuck in my brain. Is that still applicable today? I think the parties may have to agree what's short-term and long-term. But just based on what I know and have experienced, I would say anything more than 2 weeks, anything more than 14 days, seek out the advice of an attorney to make sure that this form is applicable. This even tells us this form does not address all matters associated with the lease. It doesn't talk about a security deposit, for example. So if we want to involve a security deposit, the forms committee has also provided us with a pre-printed lease that we can use. So they're directing us to the residential rental contract. And then the last big bullet point there, the third one, and it's the big thing. In this case, the seller is acting as the landlord and the buyer is acting as the tenant. Both parties need to be properly insured. So the seller will want to have homeowners insurance. The buyer's going to want to have renters insurance. And before we can agree to do this, the warning is that both are advised to talk to their insurance agents before they enter into this agreement to make sure that their interest can be insured. So here's the property, the seller and the buyer. We got to agree on the term. The buyer can take possession of the property at 8 a.m. on this date. This agreement shall terminate at the earlier closing, or if we terminate the contract. We'll talk about what happens in a second if we terminate the contract. Seller shall not access the property during the term without the buyer's written permission, except in the case of an emergency. Just because the seller still owns the property doesn't mean they have the right to go barging in at any time. They still need to respect the buyer's privacy and respect the buyer's right to quiet enjoyment. So they're not going to enter the property unless they have that written permission. The seller can keep a key, but they want to make sure that they deliver it when we do make it to commencement, when we do make it to closing. Another big thing about this, if the buyer moves in, what this second provision is saying, if the buyer moves in while we're still in due diligence, they're pretty much waiving the rights that they had in due diligence. They're pretty much giving up the rest of their due diligence period because they're moving in. They're going to go ahead and move in. So this is going to waive any further rights of their due diligence. If they move in after due diligence, then this isn't an issue. Buyer's going to maintain the property. They're the ones living there. Good rule of thumb is whoever lives there is the one that gets to maintain it. We got to agree on rent, usually a lump sum of X amount. It might depend on how much per day. Again, the parties got to agree to that. If there is a delay, if it doesn't close on time and there's a delay, then the buyer's going to have to pay additional rent in the sum of X amount per day. So the rent that we agreed to initially is from commencement day to the closing date that we have scheduled. But if we can't close it on that day, X amount per day. If the contract is terminated, then the buyer shall vacate when? Immediately. So if the contract's terminated, the buyer's got to go. They got to vacate immediately. They return all means of access to the property. If they do not terminate immediately, then buyers shall be continued to be bound by these terms, and in addition, pay the seller a holdover fee of X amount per day. And if I were a buyer's agent, I would put in a very healthy number in this amount. Very, very healthy. Or seller's agent, I'm sorry. I would put in a very healthy amount because you got a holdover and you quite possibly might be dealing with a squatter situation. And again, the only way to get legally to get the squatter off your property is summary ejectment. So if I was the listing agent, yep, they're going to pay me for holdover or pay my buyer. Buyer pay the seller. Utilities, the buyer's the one living there, so they're going to have all the utilities turned on their names. They're going to be responsible for it. The buyer's going to be responsible for lawn maintenance and trash. This once again is addressing insurance. The buyer's going to have renter's insurance. The seller's going to have homeowner's insurance. We can't sublet or assign this agreement. Are pets allowed? Yes or no? And then here's our summary ejectment. In the event that squatter holds over, and addresses how what the seller's legal options are, how they can get them off the property. This is it. Buyer signs on the left, seller signs on the right. So again, this is not a full-blown lease. There's lots of things that a lease would usually have that isn't covered here because it's not designed for any kind of long term. This is something like maybe we used this once. I had buyers, they were coming here from Atlanta to start a job. And the job called him and said, "Hey, can you start 2 days earlier?" He was like, "Well, dang, I haven't bought my house yet." But we were able to work it out. They moved in 2 days before settlement, but we were able to work it out. Of course, my buyers were appreciative because they didn't have to live at a hotel for 2 days and have, a pod or something with all their stuff. And the buyers were like, "Hey," or the sellers were like, "We can get rent." So it was a win-win and it worked out. But again, the key is both myself and the listing agent made sure that our buyers and sellers had adequate insurance. And I think that's the big key to understand with these. So buyer possession before closing. Questions on that? The other side of that then is seller possession after closing. So now closing has happened and the seller remains. This is really funny to say. Closing has happened, the deed has changed hands, and the seller's living there. The seller is now the tenant of the home that they owned yesterday. In that sum, homeowners for the last 20 years, and now they're the tenant. The deed has changed hands, but the seller is remaining. Again, the buyer's acting as the landlord, the seller's acting as the tenant. We got to negotiate rent short term. Everybody's got to make sure insurance coverage is adequate. Now the buyer's the homeowner is going to have the homeowner's insurance. Seller as the renter, as the tenant, is going to have renter's insurance. Term of possession, seller may remain in possession of the property until 5 p.m. on this day for a period of how many days after closing. Buyer, same thing, can't access the property even though they own it. The seller still has the right to use the property without interference. Seller acknowledgement of property condition and obligation to maintain property. Remember, they're the ones that have been living there. The buyer hasn't moved in yet. Seller acknowledges that all appliance, systems, and equipment are in good and working order except for the following. So the seller's going to want to share with the buyer about the appliances and equipment, etc., because the buyer hasn't had a chance to move in yet. We're not going to negotiate rent. The seller's living there, so they're going to be responsible for utilities, lawn maintenance, trash, etc. Sellers got to get their property off when this agreement ends, get their property out. Insurance, sellers got tenants insurance, renters insurance, buyers got homeowners. Can't be sublet, pets, yes or no. And again, if the seller turns into a squatter, if the seller turns into a holdover, the buyer's only option to get them off the property is summary ejectment. To make sure everybody's adequately insured. Buyer signs on the left, seller signs on the right. I did one of these too. My buyers, they're actually coming up from Raleigh to start a job in like a couple months. They found the house early and they said, well, that's okay. That'll give us time to move in and paint, do some work, that kind of thing. In the meantime, the listing agent called me. Her sellers were building new construction. We know new construction delays just happen in new construction. And her sellers are building new construction and they had a delay. It was only like 3 or 4 days. It was not long at all. Here's the catch. The sellers had 3 kids, all under the age of 5. Think that through for a second. And the seller said, if we only have to move these kids once, that would be better. Is there any way your buyers would let us do a seller possession after closing? And my guys were like, we're not moving up for a couple months anyway. Are you telling me we can earn rent off of our brand new home? Yeah, sure can. So we negotiated the terms. And let me tell y'all, those sellers were so appreciative of my buyers I went, because my buyers were in Raleigh. So I met the listing agent on the property and got the keys and all access and everything, and then met my buyers later. The next time they came up, gave them the rest of the keys and everything. But we wanted to make sure that somebody had all of them. And I'll tell you, when I met that listing agent in the house after the sellers moved out, they had left the biggest gift basket I have ever seen in my entire life. They probably stocked their pantry just to say thank you for letting us live here for 3 days. I mean, the agent and I both were so touched. We were like, oh, that's so nice. But it just goes to show that sometimes people can appreciate when we do something for them. And they definitely absolutely were appreciative of that. I've been fortunate. I've done both a buyer possession before. I've done a seller possession after. Y'all, I'm telling you right now, there are some horror stories out there on the street about these things going wrong. So what I say to you and the advice that I took before we went into either one of these, I told my guys to talk to their insurance company. I told my guys to talk to their attorney. I made sure that they talked to everybody to make sure that everybody was good. And we were basically doing this down to the letter. You talk to some other agents out there, and I might be the rare case because, like I said, these don't always turn out well. So just proceed with caution and advise your people to talk to whomever they need to get their answers. Questions or comments on buyer possession before or seller possession after? This is a form. Oh. Notice to buyer to deliver cash, official bank check, wire transfer, electronic transfer. Remember last night we were looking at our offer to purchase and contract. And the contract addressed what happens if the due diligence or the earnest money are late, or if those funds are dishonored. And what the contract tells us is that if they're late or dishonored, the buyer has one banking day after receiving written notice from the seller that it's late or dishonored. So that's what triggers the whole thing. The seller sends written notice. The buyer now has one banking day to deliver readily available funds. While the contract doesn't specify written notice, could that be in an email, a text, a napkin, doesn't matter. It just says it's got to be written notice. One thing we want to may want to keep in mind is that they have a form for that. So I'm under the school of thought, I guess how I was raised is if there's a form for that, why not use it? They went through the effort of creating it, so why not use it? Now, again, everybody hear me. It just specifically says written notice. So an email would suffice this same attempt, right? But if you want to get all fancy and professional looking on them, we got a form for that. So the first piece of this takes paragraph 1D in our offer to purchase and contract, what we saw last night, that big old paragraph, and it breaks it down into bullet points. So just copy and paste right here, everything we saw last night. Buyer has failed to deliver. Check all applicable. The due diligence fee, the initial earnest money, and or the following check or other funds has been dishonored. Seller hereby, I love it. Seller hereby demands that buyer delivers cash, official bank check, wire transfer, electronic transfer to the payee and the payment of the above no later than one banking day following this notice. So this could serve, and then only the seller has to sign it because they're the ones sending this notice to the buyer. So just so you guys know, and I think something for you guys to always remember and kind of keep tucked back in the back of your brain somewhere, there's a good chance that there's a form for that. So we can always check NCAR's library, check with your BIC, but it might be worth a little research, a little investigation to see if there's a form for that instead of going through the effort of trying to make an email sound official. Does that make sense? Questions on this? The last one that I want to look at tonight, here's our bonus form. This isn't part of this class, but I'm such a big fan of this form. I try to slide this in whenever I can. This is a fantastic form. And if you never heard those two words together, you just did. There it is. Y'all, this is our form. We know the Real Estate Commission's main purpose is to protect the public, right? But that doesn't say that they don't, Real Estate Commission, and in this case, NCAR, doesn't do something for us. This is our form. Professional services, disclosure, and election. We got the property address. We could use this with the buyer or the seller. And then the real estate firm. There are professional services that typically are performed in connection with the purchase of the sale of real estate. Buyer or seller understand that a firm cannot give advice in certain matters that may relate to the purchase, including but not limiting to matters of law, taxation, financing, survey, etc., etc., all those things that are out of our lane. Regarding each professional service listed below, buyer or seller should either select the service or elect not to have the service performed. With respect to each service selected, indicate who will order the service and the name of the service provider. This form should be amended to address the additional preferred services that are considered after it's first completed. So then you can see we have a list of services. Any of these, the buyer or seller could choose to use during the transaction as part of the transaction. I'm not necessarily telling you have to use it. The buyer or seller is selecting or waiving the service. And they're going to go through each of this. There's account, the appraisal, the attorney, home warranty, our various inspections, home, HVAC, etc. Still inspections, insurance. We got to get property insurance, flood insurance, a mortgage loan, and then the survey. We'll see that note in a second. So buyer or seller goes through these services and they either waive the service saying we're not going to use this during this process, or they select the service and say we will use this during our this process. If they select the service, we're going to indicate who orders the service. Are you going to order it or am I going to order it for you? In the case of the appraisal, for example, it's the lender that orders it. So this way we're all on the same page of who has to reach out and order the service. And then we're going to take that a step further and saying who's providing the service. This last little section, talking about this form as amended, this is let's call this a working form, which means when we go under contract, for example, we may not know right away who's going to do the home inspection. So we have the ability, we could say TBD. We know we're going to use the home inspection. So we're going to initial, and then we're going to say who orders it, but I don't know exactly who's going to do it yet. So we could put in TBD until we know who is going to use it. And then we would strike through, have everybody initial, and say the name of the home inspector. We say this is a working form because we want to show these conversations throughout the transaction. Some agents, some firms, I'm not saying what's right or wrong, but the concern I have, I've heard of cases where agents show up with this form at settlement and have everybody complete it at the closing table. The problem with that is that's done after the fact. I want everybody to be on the same page throughout the transaction. I've also seen, you guys know we want to give our buyers options, right? So I may not be telling you what attorney to use. I may give you choices. I may say attorney number 1, attorney number 2, and attorney number 3, circle which one you want to use. And that would be an indicator of which one they're going to use. Here's the deal. I have known agents personally that have had a complaint filed on. Specifically, y'all want an exact example? They were cash buyers. They had a bunch of questions about value. And my agent said, with all your questions about value, you should consider getting an appraisal done. No, we don't need it. We don't need it. We're going to save money and we're not going to have it appraised. And she said, okay, sign here. So they initial Betty Buyer, whatever. They bought the property, went to closing, deed changed hands. I don't know if it was buyer's remorse or what, but something happened shortly after they bought, and they said, we paid too much for this house. We got taken for a ride. We paid too much. Somebody owes us some money. And you know who they went after first? Their agent. They filed a complaint. She got the letter of inquiry. The conversation about, are you sure you don't want an appraisal? You're asking me a lot of questions about value. That all went down via text. So she had her text messages. And then she also had this form that showed that the buyers waived the appraisal. She submitted her documents to the real estate commission. And the next thing she heard back from them was, thank you very much for your cooperation. This matter has been closed. Because she had her documentation, she had this form. Handing them the form and saying waive or select these services still isn't enough. We need to have conversations about the importance of a home inspection, right? About the importance of these various services. I don't know that the form alone would stand up in a court of law. But I do believe that this form, with your documentation that you explained what it is they were waiving or selecting, gives you a much better chance. Everybody with me? This is why this is our form. Another reason why I like this form, back to the survey. You guys see how I got a couple asterisks here? The survey, if we follow this down, we'll come up and see this other stuff. There's a note regarding surveys. This is addressing the importance of getting a survey and letting the buyer know that if they waive that survey, there are certain things they may have no claim against an insurer. There's something in here about title insurance somewhere too. I'm not finding it. Title insurance title insurance can't require they have a survey done, but title insurance companies may provide lender coverage without a new survey. The owner's policy contains an exception for certain things that would have shown up in a survey. Many such matters are not public record and would not be included in the attorney's title examination. So if the buyer does not obtain their own survey, they would have no claim against what could have been found in that survey. So it just gives us one more opportunity to talk about the importance of a survey. It gives something better in writing. And ultimately, if they say no, I'm not going to do it, great. Initial here. And now not only do I have my documentation that I explain this to you, but we have where the buyer waived the survey. This is our form, you guys. This is a fantastic form. The rest of this, this is just talking about, the buyer seller agreed to hold the firm harmless. Like all I'm doing is making recommendations based on experience, but I still can't guarantee the quality. I still can't guarantee the work. All I can do is say, this is a home inspector I've used in the past, but I still can't guarantee the quality of their work, right? Sometimes mistakes happen, sometimes accidents happen, even with the best home inspector. So all I'm doing is recommending services. I'm not making any guarantees. Here's a little note about radon, environmental issues. Then I have a place, the buyer or the seller signs, 2 of those. And then we have the individual agent signing on behalf of the firm. You know, the compliance things, when I'm looking at the files to make sure I have all the documents, this is another one that's on my list. In other words, in my firm, if this isn't complete, you're not getting paid until it is. That's how important this is. This is our form to protect us. What do we think about that? Dakota, you mentioned this one the other day. Are you guys are using this?
Yeah, I was curious. Makes sense. Like as far as like the accountant, CPA, tax advisors, that's the one I always had a question about. Just that very top one.
Yeah, and it could just be that, I mean, think if it's like an investor or a flipper, right? They may need, advice on the tax deferred exchange, on the 1031 exchange. So it's not necessarily that I know an account to recommend to them, but they will choose to use an account during this transaction. So they're going to select that they're using an account and who orders it. In that case, it's probably them, and then who that is. But that might be like a 1031 exchange. We're going to advise them to talk to an accountant. So now we want to have them select or waive that service.
Could you send the form itself, um like if they were to waive the surveyor, could you send the form itself and say, please refer to the highlighted box on, what you waived, or
Mhm.
do we need to like type that up, I guess? Could you refer back
We,
to the
we,
document?
we could reference, what it says here, but, we may want to, as mentioned, the survey is important, and this is why I recommend you have one done. And please see this, the bottom, and in addition, right, because that as mentioned shows that you talked about it. Remember, you guys, any conversation of substance that happens on the phone or face to face, I want you to go home and follow it up with an email talking about per our conversation. This is why I think the survey is important. Like I said, I really don't think, I'm not a judge, I may be wrong, but I really don't think that the form alone is enough. I think the explanations of why I recommend these services. The only thing that they have to use, I mean, if they are getting a loan, if they're getting a loan, the only thing that they have to get is the appraisal. Pretty much everything else is optional. I had a buyer waive the home inspection once. Why? He was like, oh, I'll figure out the problem soon enough. Don't you want to know about him ahead of no, no, no. Just initial here. I don't know. I mean, and I told the importance, and he said those things are a waste of money and he can see his own problem. I said, all right, I can't make anybody do anything, right? But what I can do is protect myself. I can protect myself. And that's what this form does. And that's why this is a fantastic form. Love, love, love this form. What else? I got a few more forms. We weren't kidding when there's a lot of forms, right? But I got a few more. I'm going to save those for Thursday. So we'll knock the rest of those out on Thursday. Hang on just a second. Let me see something. Let me see. You guys cool if we boogie out a few minutes early? We're in really good shape. My God, I finally got a smile out of y'all for the first time all night. Okay. Here's the deal. Don't go anywhere just yet. Here's the deal. No class tomorrow. Don't show up tomorrow. I won't let you in. I won't even log into Zoom. I'll see you guys on Thursday. We'll wrap it up on Thursday. I got a few more forms to talk about. We got to talk about some licensing issues. So we'll talk a little bit, very little bit about post and CE. We need to talk about your license status. So we're going to talk about current versus expired, active versus inactive. So a quick refresher on those. Highly recommended homework assignment, CD number 4. We're going to go over that one tomorrow as well. Does everybody have it? Do you know where it is? Is this the opportunity to show you again where it is? Do we need to see that again? Yep, let's see that again. So the highly recommended homework assignment that we're going to go over together on Thursday to help prepare us for our end of class exam. I'm in the section 4 material, and we are going to go over CD number 4 with solutions. So I really encourage you to look this through, work it through. It'll make Thursday night a lot less painless, because you'll be able to have gone through it again. Don't forget, you guys, too, I need you to bring a blank CD for your exam on Saturday. So don't forget to print one of these out for Saturday. Have you guys done that yet? If not, make yourself a big Post-it note right now to remember to do that, because we're not in person, so I'm not going to be able to hand you one to use for your test. So Thursday, finish up a couple more forms. CD number 4, quick review. I go over a quick exam expectations, so we're all on the same page Saturday morning. And that's it. We're in good shape. Thoughts, questions, concerns? Let's get out of here. Y'all have a good day tomorrow. I'll see you on Thursday night.
Have a good night and happy birthday to your husband.
My husband, yes. Big day tomorrow. Thank you.
You're welcome.